Welcome back to Widespread Luck Tarot. So I apologize for the delay in posting some new videos. It's been a crazy couple of months for me, and I am now healthy and a little less busy at work. And so I figured that resuming videos on Halloween was a good idea. So hopefully my dogs are not too crazy, and I'll be able to do this reading. I decided tonight to do an ancestor reading. I wanted to focus on what messages our ancestors have for us tonight, being as though the veil is a little bit thin during Samhain, and pardon me, I'm probably going to have to take a sip of my drink every once in a while tonight because I'm getting over a cold, hence the nasally voice. But so I'm gonna start with fire signs, go through earth signs, then air signs, then water signs, and focus on what messages our ancestors and spirit have for us as we go through this period and enter the end of the year. And yeah, so let's get started. Just a reminder, these are general readings, so they may not resonate with everyone. Just take what resonates with you and leave the rest. So let's get started with Aries. I am using, before I get started, I am using the New Orleans Oracle deck. I am also using the Angel Guide Oracle, the Mystical Shaman Oracle, the Santa Muerta Tarot, the Vision Quest Tarot, and I may do some Moonology. We'll just kind of see how it goes. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with Aries and see what comes out. So angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Aries? What messages do we have for Aries? Okay, so we have adventure. And I always love to read out of this book because the messages are fairly short, and I just love them. So adventure. It's easy to get caught up. It's easy to get caught up in the obligations of completing everyday chores, so much so that the very essence of inspiration and excitement can slowly fade away. Before we know it, life becomes one long day of completing task after task. This card has shown up in your reading because it is time for some adventure. Adventures can be had near and far. It is all about paying attention to what brings the feeling of renewed excitement into your being. Whether it's taking a day trip to a fun and unfamiliar place, or checking out a new activity that piques your interest, it is definitely time to break the cycle of what your days have turned into. It is time to explore and renew yourself with inspirational energy by having an adventure. So Aries, what I'm really drawn to in this card actually is all the water, as well as the butterflies. So this may be a transformational time for you. It may also be a time to step out of your fire-loving, personality and focus on some emotional fulfillment in terms of your adventurous life. By the way, I pre-shuffled all of these decks, so let's see what the Angel Guide has for you. Okay, there's one card already. There's another one. It's at floor. Okay, so here we go. Let me grab that one. I said emotion because I saw the water in that card. And the card that has hit the floor is romance and connection. So romance and connection. as well as clear, cancel, and release. So this is a new deck for me, so I'm gonna skim that book as well. These are a little bit longer, so probably won't read the whole thing. Clear, cancel, and release. You are being guided to clear your life and energy of any negative and challenging people, situations, or events. It's time to release any old ideas, negative thought patterns, or even sarcastic comments you may be using to put yourself down. Angel wisdom wants you to recognize and realize the power of your words, thoughts, and intentions. If you are saying something, even jokingly, about yourself that might have a negative effect on you or express something you wish wasn't real, you are being encouraged to be more loving towards yourself. Angels are guiding you to clear, cancel, and release anything you no longer want or need in order to make more room for love, positivity, and peace. So that, also goes along with adventure. If there's things in your life that have become so mundane that they're no longer serving you, it's time to let go of them and release them and focus on the things that are really serving your highest and best. Even in your romantic life, angels of romance are swirling around your life at this time, ushering in positive, uplifting, and heartfelt experiences to remind you that love is real. Allowing yourself to be romanced, to receive and experience a true connection, is important at this time. It is likely that your heart space is opening up and any barriers or shields that have been in place are falling away. If you find yourself scared or uptight about romance, know that this is not only a sign that you would like to experience it, Stella agrees, but also that it is something that your energy system really needs. Your angels are guiding you to begin seeing yourself as loving and deserving of love. Know that you have so much goodness and light to offer others and the world. You are also being encouraged to know that the world wants to see you, to know you, and to understand your heart. All of this is only possible with your permission. Why not give it now? So, I really feel like romance can be an adventure. And if it's something that you've been denying yourself, if it's something that you have been afraid to step into because you're, maybe things that have hurt you in the past that you haven't released yet, it's time to release the past and really open yourself up to new connections. Keep in mind also that, connection doesn't necessarily have to be romantic. Maybe there are some toxic people in your life that you need to let go of to make room for new connections in your life to come in, even if they're not romantic connections, but new love connections, whether those are family or friends, or platonic connections that may be more beneficial to you. The mystical shaman cards that we have coming out are Thunder with the Council at the bottom of the deck. And I'm going to clarify all of this with the tarot in a second as well. So the Council is number 11 if you're into numerology. So far we have Adventurous 14, which adds up to 5, which is all about change. 11 is also a spirit number. The council are the luminous beings who hold the collective wisdom of humanity. They are the ones before whom you will do your life review when you cross into the world of spirit. A life review is when we place our good and our bad deeds on the divine scale and attempt to explain why we did not love or forgive or dare as greatly as we might have. Know that their wisdom is available to you at all times when you live in a state of yes, in an unconditional relationship with life. They remind you of your place around a sacred fire which has been reserved for you since the beginning of time. You will claim it when you own your inner wisdom. The council has a message for you. Listen with your inner senses. The handwriting is already on the wall, so look about you and you will discern its meaning. Do not wait for further signs. Embark on the journey to love deeply, forgive sincerely, and dare greatly. Take the leap without requiring life to assure you of success. The thing that comes to mind immediately, and may or may not resonate with you, but Brene Brown's Dare to Lead, and she has another title that's something greatly, are the two things that immediately popped into my head. So those may be things that you want to look into, Aries. You are never alone. Turn to the council to find guidance you seek and listen to the voice that arises spontaneously. Turn a deaf ear to that nagging voice from your ego that tells you that you are not up for the task before you. Create a spiritual feast for the council. Invite them to your altar every time you meditate or pray. And then thunder, number 56, which also adds up to 11, by the way. And 5 is change, and 6 is balance. Legends speak of great thunder beings who live in the sky and call for your attention when great occurrences are meant to happen in the world. They warn when tensions in a situation are called upon to be released. Their presence in your reading reminds you of the dramatic moments in life that change everything, both awesome and frightening. When thunder arrives, it is also a wake-up call, one that you will not soon forget. When thunder comes into your reading, it refers to a big dramatic change that feels like a herd of wild bison on the run. You feel it right through your bones, and you know that you are powerless to influence whatever events have been set in motion. This is a time to be prepared for anything. Your life is an adventure, and wonderful opportunities are arriving now. The trick is to learn to run with them. Qualities that you will need now more than ever are flexibility, dexterity, and willingness to experience it all without dictating from where or in what form opportunities will come. Your destiny is arriving. Be ready. Do you feel like unnecessary drama is waylaying your life? Could you be exhausted from listening to others tell you their never-ending victim story? Or could you be telling yourself a version of the same? It's time for an about face. You are being warned that to continue on this path will cause you to regret your choices, even if they appear benign or familiar. It's time to say no to drama. Even my dogs, both yours and others. Focus on solutions rather than problems. You are worthy of a drama-free life. So, I think this goes back to releasing the things that no longer serve so that you can make the connections that you need to make and step out on the adventures that it's time to take, and really focus on the things that are most beneficial to you, the things that are really going to serve you well, the things that are in line with your higher purpose, and the connections that support you on that journey rather than, divert you from it. Particularly if those things are keeping you stagnant. It seems like there may be some big change that's coming for you, but let's see what the tarot has for you. What messages do we have for Aries? Messages for Aries. Okay, so the first thing that has come out is the Ace of Cups. So once again, this is some water energy. This is, and the Wheel of Fortune at the base of the pack. Some sort of offering of love and romance, some new beginning, where love is concerned. And if you're already in a connection, that could be in regards to, a friendship or a family connection, maybe some connection that needs to be healed. I'm really kind of drawn to this light you know, in the heart space, which could be a very healing energy. We also have the Five of Wands here, which could have to do with some sort of conflict that you need to release. At the base of the pack, the Eight of Pentacles. You may have been working very hard lately, either to release this, to let go of something in order for this new beginning to start, or you know, just in general to get past this conflict. This may be, you know, what this this major change is in your life. And with the, once again, we have that Wheel of Fortune at the base of the pack. With this Knight of Pentacles, there could be some sort of message coming through that either affects your finances, your career, or some foundational aspect of your life, home and family in particular, with this Romance and Connection card. Something that may shake up your foundations, that helps usher in this new beginning in terms of love and relationships. I'm gonna clarify with the Vision Quest Tarot, these other three cards, and see if we can get a little bit more information. What is this Ace of Cups? What is this Ace of Cups? Can we get some clarification on the Ace of Cups? Okay, so we've got the Five of Cups. You may have been feeling some loss lately, a sense of lack in that area of your life. Maybe a little bit detached from, sorry, my dog's really trying to get my my attention, with the Mother of Air. You might be looking for some clarity in regards to your emotional life, but because we have the Five of Cups at Stella, we have the Five of Cups at the base of the pack. But we also have the Six of Cups as well that's come out. So you're progressing in terms of that. I think you're going to get that clarity on this new beginning. We also have integration. I'm going to double check what that relates to in the Standard Tarot. Because this is also a relatively new deck. Integration relates to temperance. So this is about alchemy and creativity, artfulness, the union of the male and female energies, the spiritualization of matter, finding one's true form, harmony, and equanimity. So just when it seems that everything has come to a standstill, the forces of transformation, Stella, get down. The forces of transformation are most active. Refrain from criticizing the process that is taking place within. You are inwardly busy with the merging of your male and female energies. This brings about the balance you seek. So, you know, it may be that that's, you know, you're looking for balance and clarity in your relationships. You're looking for balance and clarity within yourself, and that's going to usher in this new beginning in terms of emotional fulfillment and allow you to let go of this feeling of lack, allow you to focus on what is still there, this Two of Cups that's still full, as opposed to, excuse me, the Three Spilt Cups. Let's see if we can get some clarification. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm getting over a cold. The Five of Wands. Okay. Once again, we have transformation at the bottom of the deck. So we've got the daughter of earth, which goes hand in hand with that Knight of Pentacles. The daughter of fire, you've got some messages coming through. The Nine of Fire, this would be the equivalent of the Nine of Wands. I think that this conflict that you've been dealing with, you've got messages coming through. You're reaching the end of the struggle, and you're going to find a way to collaborate with, you know, whatever this struggle, this competition challenge that you've been in. You're going to find a way to work together to grow through that competition or conflict. It's going to lead to growth, and through inner strength, you're going to get those messages that you need in order to transform the situation into a more positive one. Yes, it's change, and change can always be difficult, but it's not always a bad thing. And it can also be an adventure. It can be a really positive move forward. The transformation card in this deck is the equivalent of the death card, but with death comes rebirth, hence the transformation. So I think that you're going to get some messages regarding, you know, your physical resources, as well as things that are really important to you in terms of your passion, your desire, the things that really drive you. And that's going to allow you to have the inner strength that you need in order to persevere through this and grow through this. Let's see if we can get some clarification on the Knight of Pentacles. Clarification on the Knight of Pentacles, please. Okay, so the base of the pack, we have the Seven of Water, which is excess. And it's also can be confusion. It can be, you know, not wanting to make a decision, having a lot of choices. You know, sometimes having too many choices, we can get caught up in, you know, not knowing which choice to make. But with the Ace of Air, the equivalent of the Ace of Swords, we're talking about clarity coming through, having clarity of mind to be able to make decisions, to get past that mental fog. You know, this particular card is very very similar to the Five of Cups, in that you know, we've got these 5 broken cups, leaving the 2 remaining, which harkens back to this connection, this 2 of Cups connection. It has the 9 of Water underneath it, which is emotional fulfillment and joy. So I feel like you're getting some mental clarity and you know, focus. There's new beginnings coming. You've got the wheel turning in your favor now, and your ancestors and guides are telling you that it's time to clear out what doesn't serve you anymore, so that this new beginning can come in, so that you can take the adventures, particularly in terms of what is going to bring you the most emotional fulfillment, what is going to really serve your emotional abundance, and you're going to get clarity on that as we finish out the year. So that's what I have for you today, Aries. I hope that this reading has resonated with you. If it didn't, you may want to check out your sun, moon, or rising sign, as well as Venus signs in your natal chart, and listen to those readings as well. Thank you so much for coming back and joining me. I will be posting more videos as we move forward. And please like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this. I'm going to be moving on to Leo next. Let me just get everything reset. Okay, angel spirits, guides, and ancestors. What do we have for Leo? What messages do we have for Leo tonight? Messages for Leo. Leo, do you not need any messages? There we go. Okay, so Leo, you are getting intuition. I love this card. So you need to be following your intuition, and intuition is the accurate inner knowledge that each of us is born with. If you choose to tune into it consistently, it will become stronger, and it can help guide you and bring you peace throughout every aspect of your life. You are being called to ask yourself, what do I feel about this? By remembering to start with that question, it will allow you to understand the difference between what you think and what you feel. Sometimes it is necessary to be aware of the profound difference between the nature of these two things. You are not being asked to completely sacrifice intellectual thought, but rather to combine it with your gift of intuition in order to gain more balance and clarity in your life decisions. So your ancestors may be warning you not to forget about your intuitive messages. You know, sometimes there are, you know, signs and gut feelings that we pick up with our intuition that we might ignore, and that's exactly how the universe is trying to send us messages. When we ignore those things, we may miss opportunities. We may find ourselves inadvertently in situations that we shouldn't be in, or that may be detrimental. So they're, you know, reminding you that your intuition is there to serve you. But it can only do that if you're listening to it. Listen deeply. Message from your angel guides to listen deeply. So I love tarot. It's just crazy how sometimes you say something and then the card pops out. Angels are sending you guidance and inspiration through your powerful and resonant inner voice. Be ready to listen to that voice now. Listen to yourself. If you aren't able to hear yourself, you'll be blocking your connection to the information, insight, and guidance that can support you going forward. If you've been ignoring or avoiding dealing with something you feel that you've had to do for a long time, your angels are encouraging you to stop, listen to yourself, and do it now. Your expansion and growth depend on it. If you have received challenging information recently about your life from any source, and you are unsure whether to believe it or not, this card assures you that it is pivotal to the unfolding of your freedom and joy, so listen deeply. So stop ignoring your inner voice, Leo. Your inner voice is your angels in the universe speaking to you. It is your own intuition speaking to you. There are things that we subconsciously know that if we ignore, we are doing ourselves a disservice. Okay, so man, it caught on my okay. Interestingly enough, and I shuffled these well. Aries just got the council as well. You are also getting the witness. Aries had the council at the base of the pack as well. So I will read that again. I'm not going to make you go back and listen to it in the Aries reading. The council are the luminous beings who hold the collective wisdom of humanity. They are the ones before whom you will do your life review when you cross into the world of spirit. A life review is when we place our good and our bad deeds on the divine scale and attempt to explain why we did not love or forgive or dare as greatly as we might have. Know that their inner wisdom is available. Their inner wisdom is available to you at all times when you live in a state of yes, in an unconditional relationship with life. They remind you They remind you of your place around a sacred fire, which has been reserved for you since the beginning of time. You will claim it when you own your inner wisdom. The council has a message for you. Listen with your inner senses. The handwriting is already on the wall, so look about you and you will discern its meaning. Do not wait for further signs. Embark on the journey to love deeply, forgive sincerely, and dare greatly. Take the leap without requiring life to assure you of success. You are never alone. Turn to the council to find the guidance you seek and listen to the voice that arises spontaneously. Turn a deaf ear to that nagging voice from your ego that tells you that you are not up for the task before you. Create a spiritual feast for the council. Invite them to your altar every time you meditate or pray. So in terms of numbers, in case you're interested in the numerology, we've got 27 for intuition, which adds to a 9. We've also got 11 for the council, which is an angel number, and we've got 64 for witness, which adds up to a 10. So it looks like you may be entering some period of completion of a cycle. The witness. The witness observes without engaging in any action. By cultivating inner stillness, we are able to assess any situation from a higher perspective and make better decisions. When we can be present for someone else's difficulties with stillness, then we are able to truly hear them and give better advice. Sometimes we can be so still that we are a mirror for the other. Then, through our presence, they receive their own answers. The witness that has been by your side all along is now ready to become your ally. You thought you were the doer, but today you discover that things happen when you get out of the way. Witness creation unfolding before you. Change reality by finding stillness and letting your true intent reveal itself. Acknowledge your preconceptions, ideas, and feelings about the situation you are in, but resist the urge to change any of it. Do not fall back into your controlling patterns. Instead, take a few breaths and connect with the joy of not having to perform. Hold space for the world to keep spinning on its own. So, sometimes it's hard to not act and not try to fix things, to not listen with the intent to respond, or just to wait for somebody else to quit speaking so that we can say what we want to say. And I think some of what I'm hearing in these messages is about stillness and active listening as opposed to just listening to respond, being more open to all of the different options that are available to you in terms of solving problems instead of immediately jumping to the first option that comes along, or the first option that comes to mind. We have the Knight of Cups here. This could be some sort of message or offer of love or emotional fulfillment. So we also have the Queen of Wands at the base of the pack. So this could be a person or just an energy that that either you are in or this person is in. It may be something that you don't really have all the answers about yet, with the moon underneath it. So you may not even recognize this as a message or offer of love, because you need to listen more clearly to what others are saying and what they're doing. With the Two of Pentacles here, it may be that you're having trouble making decisions, finding balance, because you're not listening clearly, you're not trusting your intuition. You're trying with the Emperor at the base of the pack, or I'm sorry, the Empress at the base of the pack. You're not seeing the possibilities available to you, because you are so focused on what you think is there, what you think you see, as opposed to seeing clearly what is actually, like, what the situation actually is. And so you can't make good decisions if you're not focused on the situation at hand, but what you think the situation is, or assume the situation to be. We have the Queen of Pentacles at the base of the pack. We also have, and these all kind of came out together, so I'm going to consider them kind of a similar, like as one energy. The Knight of Wands. So once again, we have another message coming through. This is a pretty fast moving energy with the Three of Wands. I think maybe you've been waiting on this message. And the Four of Pentacles. You may have been holding on to something or holding back something while you were waiting on this message, and waiting for something to happen, waiting for something to change. And so we're gonna clarify with another deck. This could have to do with another person. This could have to do with wanting a new start with somebody. The Queen of Pentacles is the wife of the tarot, so it could be someone that you have a romantic connection with. It could be someone that is, just a male or female energy, a very stable, grounded person in your life, that you want some sort of new beginning with, a fresh start with, something that you feel very passionately about, that you want to kind of get off the ground. I'm kind of drawn to this ladder that she has. Maybe there's something that, even if it's not a person, it could be, especially Pentacles having to do with our earthly pursuits, career, finance. There may be some new endeavor, new project that you're trying to get off the ground, that you're very passionate about. I am so sorry, y'all. My dog is just all trying to be up in my business tonight. It's been a while since I've done these readings, since she's like all in my ears and stuff right now. So let's see if we can clarify this Knight of Cups, and see what he's all about. Okay, so we've got the Nine of Air, something that may have hurt you at the base of the pack, and the Eight of Air that came out, some sort of interference. And because this is about emotional fulfillment or some sort of emotional message, something related to your heart and your emotions, I think that very often this has to do with being stuck in your head, being anxiety ridden, or being kept up at night, and you may be finding yourself having trouble sleeping while you wait on this message, while you wait to get some sort of clarity, or and it may be that you've been getting that message, that information has been coming through to you, you just haven't really heard it, and either because you haven't been listening to someone else, or you haven't been listening to yourself. So let's see what this Two of Pentacles is about. Clarification on the Two of Pentacles. Clarification. That's too many cards. Clarification for the Two of Pentacles. Okay, so the Lovers. So this could be about a romantic partnership. It could be about a business partnership. It could also just be about a decision in general. We also have the Seven of Water at the bottom. This could be trying to make a decision and feeling like, feeling confusion around it, feeling that you don't have clarity, feeling a little bit of mental fog around it. And, it feels very, particularly coming after the Knight of Cups, it feels like it probably has to do with some sort of relationship or emotional fulfillment. I'm kind of drawn to, in this image, because this is the angel guide, this kind of feels like, and she has wings, this feels like a guardian angel kind of watching over him. It also has the feeling of a couple, right? So it could be that this could be about some sort of partnership, romantic partnership. Let's see if we can get some clarification on these three cards, the Knight of Wands, the Three of Wands, and the Four of Pentacles. What are these three cards about? Okay, so at the base of the pack, we have the Six of Earth, some sort of breakthrough that's coming in. The Six of Pentacles is also about, starting to get to a point where you have enough that you're able to give. We have, okay, so once again, messages coming through. This is the equivalent of the Knight of Swords in this deck. So some sort of mental clarity coming through, messages coming through. We also have the Five of Cups, or the Five of Water. This idea that you're so focused on the cups that have been spilt that you're not seeing the ones that are still remaining, feeling of a sense of loss. But you also have this Three of Cups, this idea of, your heart being full of celebration and joy, and also the life force. And I'm going to double check and see in this deck what that correlates to in the Standard Tarot. It's because they're the Hermit. No, I take that back. Roman numerals. It doesn't have a correlation in the Standard Tarot. It's specific to this deck. Ecstasy, elation, passion, lust, Eros, orgasmic creativity, the totality of feeling, sense of omnipotence. So I feel like, you know, you're really about to have some sort of breakthrough with this situation between the Knight of Air and the Knight of Wands. Whatever you have been waiting for, whatever you have been holding back, waiting on to come through, you know, with this reservation, this feeling of lack, you're about to have some sort of breakthrough in regards to that. There are messages coming through, mental clarity coming through, both in terms of your mental clarity and clarity of purpose, clarity of what you desire, that are going to give you the tools that you need, the information that you need to have this breakthrough and this new beginning. This is the equivalent of the Fool, and the inner strength to pursue the new beginning, right? So I feel like you're going to start climbing that ladder that you want with this new beginning, this offer of a new start and something that you're really passionate about, whether that is a breakthrough in terms of romantic connection or a breakthrough in terms of some sort of business partnership. Whatever decision it is that you are trying to make, you need to trust your intuition about it. You need to be the silent observer and really take in everything around you. Listen clearly and focused, and the information that you need, the things that you are really needing to hear, needing to have at your disposal in order to make these decisions, because the Lovers can also be about making a choice. All of those things are coming to you. So that's what I have for you, Leo. I hope that this reading was helpful. If it was, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't resonate with you, you may want to check out your other placements in your natal chart, your Sun, Moon, and Rising, as well as Venus placements, and check out those readings. And I hope to see you back soon. I'm going to go ahead and reshuffle the cards and move on to Sagittarius. Okay, Sagittarius. Angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Sagittarius tonight? What messages do we have for Sagittarius? Ancestor messages for Sagittarius. Ancestor messages for Sagittarius. Well, Sagittarius, maybe I need to shuffle these again. I did shuffle them well. Messages for Sagittarius. There we go. Okay. We have music healing. Number 4. So 4s are about balance, kind of foundational balance. There is healing in and through music for you. Music can be one of the greatest healing modalities available to us. With or without words, the melodies and rhythms reach deep into your soul to create inspiration, excitement, healing, and release. If you have chosen this card, the universe is urging you to spend some time in a musical environment. Whether you create the music, dance to the music, or just listen to it, being in the musical energy will help attune your vibration to the highest good for the next steps in your life. So let's see what angel guides have to say for you. Sagittarius, messages for Sagittarius. Oh, okay. We've got two here. We've got no and earth and ground. So let's see what those have to say. Okay. Earth and ground. You may be feeling discombobulated or all over the place at this time, most likely because you are spreading yourself too thin and taking on too many projects at once. So your angel guide is encouraging you to get grounded. When you come back to earth, you will have clearer insight into who you are and what you need to do to feel safer and more at ease in your life. You are being guided to take some time to breathe, connect with fresh air, and even go somewhere in nature where you can relax, release, and let go. You may be uncertain about what you're supposed to be focusing on at this time, and that's because your energy is a little bit dispersed right now. But angels of the earth are with you to help you ground yourself and feel connected again, as you have important work to do and exciting experiences can only unfold when your energy is intact and contained. That would be my dog acting a fool. No, your angels are drawing close at this time to help you recognize that the answer to the question on your mind is no. This is not the time to proceed. You may want to, but you are being encouraged to see beyond your current situation and to understand that following through on your ideas may have a negative effect on the whole course of your life. Angels are swooping in because they want to save the day and save you a lot of heartache from a choice that is not heart-centered. If you are feeling upset or annoyed by this guidance, this is okay. You are allowed to have an emotional response, but in truth, there will be a part of you that already knows that what you are considering isn't the best use of your energy. You know, sometimes it's really hard for us to say no to people, particularly if we are spread too thin, especially if it's something that we care about or something that we're passionate about. But very often, saying no is the best course of action when we don't have time for something, can't fully commit to something, even if it's something that we would want to do if we could. So, you know, setting our priorities, being able to say no to people is something that we all have to learn to do at some point in our lives. And I know, I don't think those meant to come out. That one obviously did. I know that it's been something that has been really difficult for me to learn as a people-pleasing Pisces over the course of my life. So, you know, the Hunter, number 27, which adds to a 9. And the drum is at the base of the pack, number 15, which adds to a 6, which is also about balance and harmony. 9s being about completion. So let's get those readings for you as well. I've been right to it. The drum. The rhythm of the drum tunes you to the beating heart of the universe. Its wood frame links you to the trees and helps you journey to the lower world via the roots and the upper world through its branches. The drum skin gives the shaman the powers of the animal kingdom. Striking the drum calls forth the power of the thunder and the rumbling of the earthquake. The drum invites a trance state where healing and prophecy happen. Interestingly enough, I believe it was Aries that had the thunder as one of their cards. The drum invites you to take the next bold step in your journey. The forces of heaven and earth are aligned behind you, supporting effortless action. This is not a time to push against the river. The current will take you exactly where you want to go once you jump in. Collect your power tools and summon your courage, because it is going to be a wild and glorious journey. Allow yourself to be carried by the rhythm of what's really essential in your life. Also, we're talking about the rhythm, and music healing is also another one of your cards. You travel to the beat of a different drum. It's time to acknowledge you do not fit a mold or role or relationship that is not in tune with you. Find your rhythm. Respond to the heartbeat of the distant drum. The price you pay for lingering becomes higher with each passing day. Now is the time to move on. So the things that don't align with your highest and best will not feel right, will not feel good in your body, in your heart. They are the things that you need to learn to say no to and move away from. The hunter, number 27. Before the dawn of agriculture, we hunted in the forest to feed our kin. The hunter never takes more than what the village needs to survive, often taking only one creature, the good kill. He is a master tracker who knows which path to follow to find success. Rely on your own skills to traverse the thick forest you are in to reach your destination. You need to follow the tracks left by spirit to claim your bounty, which is already prepared and being offered to you. Do not follow the maps drawn by others, as they will not lead you true. Instead, become the map maker. Find your internal compass and use all your senses, including your common sense. Don't settle for the roadkill. It could be poison. Be careful that you do not become the prey of your desires and fantasies. Remember to not want more than you need, so you are not guided by unbridled ambition. It is okay to come home empty-handed. So I think sometimes we take on more than we can handle because we feel it is expected of us, or we are trying to live up to the expectations others have for us instead of the expectations we have for ourselves. And we haven't even determined what our expectations for ourselves are yet. And, you know, I think it's also really interesting that we have earth and grounding here, and both the hunter and the drum are very earth energy kind of cards. And it seems like I don't really think that, yeah, no, I'm going to take it. I really kind of feel like, especially as a fire sign, you may be, you know, not really feeling very grounded right now. We've got the 8 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. And let me get the one on the floor. The 5 of Swords, you may be feeling like you're in a bit of a conflict right now. Temperance, which is all about balance. And the Lovers, which can be about a romantic connection or a business partnership. It can also be about making some sort of decision. So the 8 of Cups is very often about walking away from something, and it can be something that you care a lot about, but you're walking away for the thing that is going to bring you even more emotional fulfillment. With the Chariot underneath it, this could be something that may be happening pretty quickly and based on some sort of decision that you need to make. You know, that's, you know, the Lovers can be a card of decision as well. Making the decision to walk away from something that does bring fulfillment, but you've kind of grown stagnant in it, you know, it's not bringing the kind of fulfillment that you really want or desire, is a really difficult thing to do. But sometimes it's for our highest and best to say, no, I need more than this. I want more than this. I deserve more than this. So let me go ahead and clarify the 5 of Swords. Oh, okay. All of a sudden, the cards really want to talk. They didn't want to talk when I was trying to pull that first one. Okay, so at the base of the pack, we have the Three of Water. This is about celebration. This is about, you know, being full of emotion and, you know, love and joy. So let's see what these are. Okay, once again, we have the Eight of Cups, stagnation. Okay, so we are repeating that message. The Star, wish fulfillment. I think there's some sort of conflict around your wish fulfillment. The Nine of Earth, accumulating those things that are going to bring you, you know, your wish fulfillment. You've got the Father of Air. You may be feeling a little, you know, detached from something that, you know, a little cold and detached from something that used to bring you joy that no longer does. Because it has become stagnant, you may be gaining some mental clarity around that it's not what you really want. You may have thought that it was the thing that was going, you know, your deepest desire, your wish fulfillment, and you're learning that it's not. You may have kind of hermited a little bit to figure out what you really want at this point. And we've got the Medicine Man, which I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure that that's the equivalent of the Magician in the Standard Tarot. Yes. So we're talking about faith in nature's power, seeing far ahead, an intuitive grasp on the truth, flowing energy, the ability and willingness to help, to experiment newly and create outwardly visible manifestations. So, so you're, you know, I think you're trying to make a choice to move forward on a path that is going to bring you more joy, and that is causing some conflict in your life. It's making you have to choose to say no to some things that, you know, other people are probably not really happy with the fact that you're saying no to. Ultimately, it's going to bring you celebration and joy, that you're moving in the direction that brings you joy, that speaks to your heart, that speaks to your desires and your wish fulfillment rather than someone else's. At the base of the pack, we have the Seven of Air, futility. This is the equivalent of the Seven of Swords. And I think that in regards to the Lovers, I'm really reading this as a decision more than anything else. And that this may also be in relationships, in relationship to some sort of partnership. Because, you know, maybe it's some sort of partnership in terms of work, career, or something that you have been doing that you thought it could be. I mean, it could be a romantic relationship, but I feel like it's more of a connection that you thought was your wish fulfillment. And you are now realizing is not what you thought it was going to be. It has not brought you the satisfaction that you thought that it would. The Spiritual Warrior card is the equivalent of the Chariot in the Standard Tarot. It is seeking, spiritual orientation, the search for your own truth, inner work, self-contemplation, self-actualization in the outer world. And if you have not self-actualized, you can't be a good partner anyway. You're not able to hold up your end of the partnership. So, trying to be in some sort of committed partnership, romantic, work, whatever, is an exercise in futility if you are not a whole person, if you have not done the work that you need to do. And if that means that you need to move away from this partnership, that you need to leave in search of more fulfillment. Notice that we have the Chariot right under that. So we've got confirmation now, double confirmation on the Chariot and the Eight of Cups, Sagittarius, that, you know, moving forward may mean moving on. Let's clarify Temperance. Okay. At the base of the pack, we have the Mother of Fire. This is the equivalent of the Queen of Wands. She stands in her power. She knows what she is capable of. We also have the Eight of Fire or the Eight of Wands. This is quick moving energy, messages coming in, insight and clarity that's going to help provide this balance that the Temperance card and healing that the Temperance card is talks about. Healing of this hurt, these sleepless nights, this anxiety that you've been experiencing over this situation, this decision, this conflict, the going going your own path, listening to the beat of your own drum, finding healing in that, grounding yourself in that, being able to say, no, this isn't the path that's right for me. I need to move in a different direction. I need to find myself. I need to manifest my own desires. I need to go after my own wish fulfillment, find my own independence, my own clarity, leave behind what is no longer serving me, even if that means that I have to do it alone, even if that means that I have to go within myself and not look for those things outside of somebody else, even if that means that I have to stand in my own power, go through some sort of transformation. This is the equivalent of the Death card. Every death leads to a rebirth. So even, and that's why this is transformation, right? So, following what is your deepest desire, what really drives you, what you are most passionate about, is going to be the thing that allows you to ascend to your highest and best. And what I think is really, what my eye is really being drawn to is that your roots ground you, right? And allow you to grow up. Without your roots being deep into the earth, spreading wide, the tree cannot grow very tall. So, the branches cannot spread very wide. And that's the imagery that I'm really getting out of this card right now. So, Sagittarius, that's what I have for you. That's the ancestor advice, if you will, that I have for you tonight. I hope that that resonates for you. If it doesn't, then you may want to check out your natal chart and look at the readings for your sun, moon, rising, or Venus signs. If it does resonate, please like, share, and subscribe. I hope that I will see you again sometime. And I'm going to go ahead and move on to the earth sign. Okay, I am actually going to do air signs first. Before I do earth. So I'm just feeling air before I do earth. So I'm going to go ahead and do Libra. So angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Libra tonight? Messages for Libra. What messages do we have for Libra? share your gifts. That's Jackson Square in New Orleans, by the way. Show the world what you're working with. Although Jackson Square is a historic landmark, today it is also New Orleans' foremost showcase for people looking to share their creative gifts and natural talents. Whether their specialty is fancy food, artistic masterpieces, or intuitive readings, everyone wants to see and be seen in Jackson Square. You've pulled this card because your creative side is calling for more freedom to be shown out in the world. Creativity doesn't have to be limited to activities like painting or singing. You can write, make jewelry, or create anything that you feel moved to create. There is no need for a ready-made place to share your gifts. The more you choose to do, the more space the universe will make for you to share. Okay, Libra. So what talents do you have to share? What are you holding back? Oh, okay. Power and intention. Man, oh, I'm about to throw that card. Look at him. That is one powerful dude. Okay, power and intention. When you align your intentions with the highest good and act with love and consideration, your power is intensified. When you draw this card, your angels are drawing close to remind you of this. You have the capacity to be a leader and guide at this time, and you are being encouraged to align with love and the highest good so that you act from the heart. Often when power arises within, we can find our ego gets louder, and this is because it wants us to be limited and to question or even stifle our growth. Don't let it hold you back now. Call in your angels and invite them to help you listen closely to the voice of your soul so that you can move forward powerfully and effectively in a loving way. So I'm getting that your angels and ancestors and spirit team want you to put your power and intention behind how you can share your gifts more effectively, how you can that's way too many. How you can be a creative force in your environment, and what that means for you. And for everybody, that's probably going to look a little bit different. We have 3 cards here, of course. We have Taming the Wind, the Owl, and the Curse. How am I going to do this? Okay, by the way, Share Your Gifts was number 8. The Curse is number 14, which adds up to 5, which is about change. The Owl is 39, which also would add up to 5, also about change. And then Taming the Wind is 55. So Libra, it seems like you might be going through a lot of changes right now. Could be wrong there, but we shall see. Okay, so the Curse. The curse refers to the limiting stories of our ancestors and the karma from former lifetimes that preordains the events of our lives. It is the source of negative patterns, and it can show up as a disease, a destructive force, or a blockage on our creative energy. The curse holds us hostage to a false story that we confuse for reality. Recognizing the original wound that is playing out in our life can heal it. It is time to recognize the source of your limitations. Did your grandparents live with a mindset of scarcity? Did you inherit genes for heart disease? Were you a slave or a master in a past life? This karmic legacy is ready and waiting to be seen, to be untangled, and to be released. Honor the players and their stories. Forgive everyone and everything. Craft a new life course for yourself. Be aware of your actions. Act with impeccable intention so as to not create a debt or karma that sooner or later someone has to pay. What you do to others, you also do to yourself and to the people you love the most. Now you have the opportunity to clean it up. So once again, this is about setting your intentions and, creating the life that you want for yourself and for those to come after you, not leaving a karmic debt behind for your descendants to have to pay for you. The owl. The owl is the master of the night. She can see situations with perfect clarity, more so when it is dark, and is able to discern truth when others are sightless. She helps you find your light and your lightness in the darkest moments of your life, and to embrace the night as your ally. Owl can bring you messages from the invisible world. She opens your ears so that you may hear the voices of the ancestors, and you may acquire their wisdom and make it your own. Look around you, notice every detail, and find the hidden messages brought to you by Owl. Do not shoot the messenger. Be grateful for the friend who shows you that what you have not wanted to see until now. Observe all the facets of the diamond without judgment. Remember that the facets you dislike are often mirrors of the parts of you that you do not want to recognize. Do not be afraid of the truth, as it will become your compass. Owl guards against self-deception and insists that your motives be pure and transparent to all. What is the message that you are not hearing, the situation that you are not seeing with clarity? Owl invites you to wait patiently, bide your time until it is right to act, and then do so decisively with no hesitation or remorse. Taming the wind. Here, the feather, a symbol that is used in clearing ceremonies for smudging, reminds you of the sacred commitment you make to your life. This is the symbol of consciously bringing the spiritual into the material, infusing the world with reverence and an acknowledgement of the higher planes of existence that influence and animate all life. The feather is a symbolic reminder of deliberately entering into a partnership with the Great Spirit to co-create for the highest good of all. It is time to clear your energy, be present, and become conscious of how you communicate. This is a good time to write in a journal and put your thoughts into a cohesive form. Perhaps you need to actually do a smudging ceremony in your home or office, creating a sacred space to write about your dreams and desires. Just remember that when taming the wind appears as a symbol, it is time to honor the Great Spirit with reverence and respect. It is time to clean up any misunderstandings with others, clear the air after disagreements, and allow others to share their side of things. You are called now to be a good listener. This is not a time to be right. It is a time for you to understand rather than be understood. Good things come out of this restraint of tongue and pen. You will be surprised at how things get resolved when you allow for all sides to have value. So what I think is really interesting is that, you're also an air sign, Libra. So when we're looking at these cards, we've got Taming the Wind, air, the owl, also a bird of flight through the air. So while we're talking about setting intentions and sharing your gifts, we're also talking about two energies that are very much of the air, and very much of your, your sign, and, your element, if you will. So you're kind of in your element in this too, kind of getting back into, back to your core, back to being you, refocusing on who you are, refocusing on what makes you you, if you will, your gifts, your intentions, your, your ancestry, your, the base of the pack, we have the Knight of Swords. So there may be some sort of message that's going to provide some mental clarity for you. We also have Justice and Temperance that are coming through. So both of these are cards of balance, right? Justice with the scales, you could have some legal issues that you're dealing with. Temperance also being about healing and balance. This could have something to do with some sort of generational, issues, or, if there's some sort of family, family issues or ancestral lineage, things that have been passed down generation to generation, some sort of toxicity that you're dealing with. Let's see if we can clarify the owl. Oh, stay on the table. Don't make me go for it. At the base of the pack, we have strength, and the hermit. You may have been hermiting away, a little bit. You may have been trying to regain your strength, get some clarity, some focus, some insight, going within, maybe to, get that perspective, be able to see what you haven't been able to see up until now. And the Hierophant. The Hierophant is about your foundational institutions. So marriage, law, religion, the things that are kind of like the foundations of society, commitment, those kinds of things. We've also got the King of Swords and the Page of Cups. So I'm going to clarify all of these with another deck, but I feel like there may be something that you have been, I want to say, a little bit cold and detached, because the King of Swords is paired with the Page of Cups. There may be a situation that you have been a little bit cold and detached regarding, in terms of your communication, that you, particularly communication about things emotional, especially if it has anything to do with marriage, family, and I'm saying that because of the Hierophant and the Justice and the Curse. Like, I feel like there's a lot of like lineage based things, especially since I'm doing an ancestor reading right now. I feel like you may be a little bit tight-lipped right now about things going on with like in that arena. But we'll get some clarification here. I feel the need to shuffle again. I don't know why, but I'm going to do it because if I'm feeling called to, then there's probably a reason. Okay, so can we clarify Temperance and Justice? Okay. At the base of the pack, we have, once again, the Son of Water. This would be like the Knight of Cups. So this might be some message in regards to emotions. Might be some sort of offer of love coming through. And we also have both the Five of Water and the Six of Water. So both loss and pleasure. Like this feeling of focusing on the cups that have been spilled as opposed to the two that are remaining, right? This kind of nostalgia over something from the past, focus on, and that might be, you know, like what has been lost from the past, the pleasures of the past that have been lost, could be part of that. We also have the Seven of Fire. This can be, or the Seven of Wands. This could be about, in this deck, it's called Endurance. It can also be a little bit defensive, feeling like you have to defend your beliefs, your position, your values. The Three of Pentacles, the Three of Earth. This is about cooperation and growth. What you value, working together. We have Grandmother. This is the Empress card, as well as the Eight of Earth. This is working towards something, really focused, working towards something, and being able to maintain that order and dedication within in order to work towards something. So how to read these all together. In terms of generations, I think it's really interesting that, and the curse, I feel like it's really interesting that the Grandmother came out, because we're talking about, and I'm really kind of drawn, I never noticed the turtle behind her. The idea, excuse me, because this is, and like the Vision Quest deck is a Native American themed deck, and I don't know if you've ever heard the Americas referred to as Turtle Islands, or the concept of the world being born on the back of a turtle. The idea that the family structure, kind of rests within, because this is the Empress card in the tarot, that the Empress is where all abundance comes from, the giver of life, the seed of fertility, when you put that in the mix with justice and temperance and healing, we've also got a 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, I'm sorry, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, like a progression. So aside from the meanings of these cards themselves, I feel like this is very much about growth through, and the only major arcana that we have is the Empress, and justice and temperance. So I feel like this is about finding balance and healing by progressing through these various stages, by progressing through growth and loss and pleasure and endurance and finding order within oneself. And that those are the ways in which we break these cycles that we repeat generationally over and over and over again. It's really funny in some ways to talk about how, like you're becoming your mother and she's becoming your grandmother, and and he's becoming his dad, and we all see it in our families in some ways, right? But it's also, we keep not only repeating the good things, but sometimes repeating the bad things. So breaking cycles and creating new cycles sometimes good, sometimes bad, right? Like we're constantly doing that. And that's, I think, what that curse card is talking about, is how do we grow through those things? How do we set our intentions, use our power to make the changes that are necessary to evolve our way out of those cycles? So let's take a look at the Hermit and see if we can get some clarification on the Hermit. Okay, so we have the Lovers at the base of the pack. This is like, I'm feeling very much like familial relationships in this reading. We also have the Mother of Air with the Hermit. So this could be about mental clarity with the Ace of Air. So a new beginning in mental clarity. This very much could be, especially with the owl underneath this, I think this is about going within to get the clarity needed to find that balance, to find what is going to be that healing, that the balance and the healing that is necessary to break those cycles, to find the I'm going back to the owl again, because there was something about seeing situations with perfect clarity, more so when it is dark, able to discern the truth when others are sightless, finding your light and your lightness in the darkest moments of your life, and to embrace the night as your ally. So, you know, the Hermit is about, notice that he's holding this light. Even though he's withdrawn and he's in the dark, he still has this light that he has with him, which is also his wish, his dream. It's very often linked to the Star card, and the dream that he has his sights set on. He's retreated to go within and find the clarity that he needs in order to achieve that wish, that desire. And I think that this probably is about finding that mental clarity to be able to voice what you have not been able to voice yet in regards to that. Probably has to do with a partnership of some sort or a familial relationship. Probably has to do with letting go of some sort of negative thinking or burden. And getting the clarity around that. Let's see if we can clarify this King of Swords and Page of Cups. Well, that one just fell on the ground. I'll pick it up in a second. So many cards. Okay, well, this is the positive part, because at the base of the pack, we now have the Ten of Water, which is emotional fulfillment. This is the Rainbow of Blessings. I don't know if you can see that very well. See? Rainbow. So this is like, you know, the ultimate of happiness, right? So the card that fell on the ground is the small medicine wheel, which is the equivalent of the Wheel of Fortune in the Standard Tarot, I believe, but I'm going to double check for you. There's the small medicine wheel and the big medicine wheel. Yes, the Wheel of Fortune. So we're talking about things starting to turn in your favor. I think when this mental clarity comes through, when you've gained this clarity, that's when the wheel is going to start turning for you. Okay, so we had the Mother of Air here with the Hermit. Now we have the Father of Air. So we're also progressing here in terms of going from trying to find the words, like having the words but not yet speaking them, to and this is a double confirmation, the King of Swords on top of the King of Swords, basically. and that's also a divine pair, which leads me to believe that when we had the Lovers before, this is probably with the Hierophant, this is probably a married couple that we're talking about. That's either trying to find the balance in the relationship and the partnership, trying to heal something in the relationship or the partnership, or trying to resolve some sort of issue. There's also the Three of Fire, the Three of Wands. This is about some period of waiting for some sort of change, waiting for some sort of ships to come in, waiting for the end of the insecurity, the end of this feeling of lack, trying to, we've got a repeat of the Hermit here. So this is, hearkening back to the Hermit over here. We've also got the Son of Air. This is a messenger coming in with more messages of, which, with both, is this a page? Yeah. So we've got the Page of Cups, which can be a messenger as well. So messages in terms of emotional content as well as mental content. And then the Mother of Fire. This is someone that is focused on their desires, what they want, and going after them. So this could be just an energy in the relationship of one of the people in the relationship. This could be another person that's like a third party, or this could be an evolution of one of the people in the relationship moving from, one energy into another. But I think ultimately the important thing to take away from this is that as you are trying to make these decisions and get clarity and focus, that you know that ultimately your fulfillment is coming. You are going to have a breakthrough in this situation. There will be joy at the end of it. And that the way that you get to this point is by focusing on setting your intentions, reclaiming your power through your intentions, living with integrity, sharing your gifts, and finding that balance and healing, going within to get that clarity. And then the wheel of fortune is going to start turning in your favor. So that's what I've got for you, Libra. I hope that this was helpful. Please like, share, and subscribe if it was. If it wasn't, if it didn't resonate for you, you may want to check out your sun, moon, and rising signs, and Venus as well. And I hope that I will see you again in the future. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius. Let's see what the ancestors have for you tonight. Starting to lose some candles. Angels, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do you have for Aquarius tonight? What messages do we have for Aquarius? Okay. Peace, number 18. which comes down to a 9, which is also about completion. There are many times throughout our human experience when we make snap decisions from a superficial level without even knowing our true desires. This card has come up in your reading because peace is what you desire right now, even if you don't realize it. Currently, there may be too many issues and thoughts swirling around in your life and your mind, keeping you from being at peace. Now is the time to ask yourself what changes are within your power to make that can create a deeper sense of peace for you. To create a deeper connection with yourself at this time and to gain more clarity, it is recommended that you spend some time doing mind, body, and spirit activities such as yoga or meditation. It is also recommended that you spend some time in nature. No matter how small the gesture may seem to you, every little bit counts and is a step closer to your desire. So, Aquarius, you need to find some peace. Okay, what angel guide messages do we have for Aquarius? Sometimes I think we spend too much time running around in our heads and not enough time taking action. Oh, courage and bravery. Courage and bravery. God, the lighting is so hard to pull these cards up and so you can see them. They're beautiful though. Okay, so courage and bravery. You have the heart of a warrior. You want to do what's right, but it isn't always easy. Angels are surrounding you in a light of courage at this time and guiding you to do what you know deep down in your heart is right. Being brave isn't about being emotionless. The angels are reminding you that it's okay to feel, and your vulnerability will allow you to tap into an even greater inner strength. Angels are always willing to help you feel safe, guided, and guarded. So call in as much help as you need. This is a time to take ownership of your energy and any situations that could be making you feel less than good. And through your courage, you will begin to attract experiences of being respected. Okay. What messages do we have for Aquarius tonight? I realize you guys might not be watching this at night, but I am recording on a Halloween night, so it's hard for me to not say night. Okay, so at the base of the pack, we have the Mystical Shaman, number 38, which comes down to an 11, which is a angel number, and the Circle, which is number 8. I always forget what 8s are because I don't know why. I just have some sort of mental block there. I will look it up in a second because it's going to bug me. Unification, interconnectedness, and a sense of continuum is what this card implies. The Circle reminds us we are all one, dancers in a unified, continuous, inclusive circle. This card reminds us of the cycles of life and the evolving self, ever-changing and always connected. Human, spirit, nature, the cosmos, all intrinsically connected. When the Circle appears, it reminds you that you are connected to everything and everyone, including to spirit. Spirit's essence beats in your heart and inspires you to co-create your world, knowing that you count, that you have purpose in this world. Imagine even a smile to a stranger can change the course of a life. When the Circle invites you to dance in the sacred steps of life, know that your work, your love, your service brings greater value than you can know. Stay the course, keep dancing, and all will be well. When the Circle comes as your medicine, you are meant to come to an understanding of the importance of decay and letting go, the importance of dying to an old form and being reborn anew. If you are faced with the challenge of loss or disappointment, remember this. In the circle of life, nothing is ever wasted. Love will seek itself again, prosperity will come from a new idea or opportunity, and spirit always waits for you to find your place in the dance again. So I want to say what goes around comes around, but everything just keeps going around. Oh, I didn't read the mystical shaman. Oh, silly me. I'm getting all. The mystical shaman. This is the symbol of the mythmaker and the storyteller who is neither made nor defined by the story. Instead, he observes it, evolves through it, and perceives all aspects of it. In so doing, the mystical shaman represents the ability to dream a new story, a new myth, into being. He dances between worlds, wearing the cloak of the world loosely around his shoulders, and sings the world into being. He reminds us to be in the world and travel through it, but not to be defined by it or become too attached to the experience. This is the symbol of true alchemy, for all elements of life have a spiritual aspect and a material one. When we remember this, all manner of miracles and manifestations are possible. When the mystical shaman appears, you are invited to consider the ability to live without attachment. You are called to create and dream your life, to act on inspiration and divine impulse without fixating on a known story of success or achievement. Can you impartially observe the stories you tell yourself and others? What if you could become a mystery to yourself? Who would you become if you stopped telling the tales that have defined you up until now? You do not have to live in a story that has roots in the past. What if there were no need to explain you to anyone, not even yourself? The way to your most extraordinary life is to become a blank slate and allow the form of your dreams and desires to show up as it will. This is a sign of manifesting a life beyond your wildest dreams. Be careful what you pray for. The mystical shaman cautions you against relentless attachment to a certain form that you think will make you happy, prosperous, famous, loved, etc. However, in seeing your dream come into being, had you considered what you were willing to sacrifice for it? Perhaps you have been telling yourself a certain story for so long, the story that only when you reach this particular goal will you be happy, that you will arrive, that you didn't even notice you're no longer the person who wanted those outcomes. You may have moved beyond those stories. Perhaps it's time to admit to yourself that you need to imagine a new story that is more in alignment with who you have become. This is just one moment in millions of moments in the continuum of a life. Let it go. Let it be just a story and move on. Better tales are waiting to be told. Yeah, that was pretty deep. So as you're going through your circle of life, what do you still need to keep? What do you need to have the courage to let go of? What's going to allow you to find peace, Aquarius? Okay, well, I'm just going to throw some cards everywhere, apparently. We have the Santa Muerta card. This is the death card of this deck. Notice that this skeleton is pregnant. She stands before a cradle. This is a reminder that every death is a rebirth. Every birth is a death. And that we are constantly moving through those cycles of life. We have Strength and the Chariot. There may be something that you need to move on from that is taking a lot of strength to do so. We also have the Seven of Swords and the Eight of Swords. Okay, so something that you are having some challenges with, and the Three of Cups, celebration. So the Seven of Swords very often can be something like kind of a sneaky energy, a little bit of a, like the thief card of the tarot. It can be a little bit, of a deceptive energy. And this could also be self-deception. So particularly with this idea of what still serves you and what no longer does. It could be that you're holding on to things that no longer serve you. And by letting go of the things that no longer serve you, you are going to be able to find that peace that you're looking for. It could also be that you've been lying to yourself about what you really want in some way. The Eight of Swords also can be a card of being like kind of trapped in a cage of your own mind, mental confusion, mental block, not seeing a way forward, not in this particular deck, it's saying the quiet before the storm, a balance of opposites destined to be brief and to explode with violence and thunder. The Eight of Swords, with its stability, risks causing frustration by delaying a conflict that needs to be externalized. Therefore, we need to find a way to rationally bring this to the surface without fearing the necessary transformations. And part of the reason that I looked it up is because this card has more resemblance in this deck to the Eight of Wands than it does to the standard tarot's Eight of Swords. And so I was curious about how this deck had actually interpreted that card. I think that you may be kind of deceiving yourself about how necessary this transformation is, because it does require courage and bravery to make this transition, to find this peace. The Eight of Wands, not the Eight of Swords, but the Eight of Wands that this card, this particular design kind of harkens back to, is the minor arcana version of the Chariot. So we've got a lot of cards of transformation here. So I feel like there's something that you may be holding back from, or trying to gain the strength to take on. Let me go ahead and clarify these for you, Aquarius, and see if we can get a handle on what this might be. Okay. So let's see. Well, this one popped out right away. Okay, so we've got the Two of Water, love. Is there something that you're holding back from in terms of love? Some new, fiery, passionate beginning in terms of love? Are you needing to have some courage and bravery to move forward? Are you trying to find the strength to take a move forward in terms of love? Is there a transformation within that you need to have in order to have that partnership that you've been wanting? Or have you told yourself that you don't need a partner? We've got the Sun of Water here. This is essentially the Knight of Cups. The Two of Earth, change. This is also, this is the equivalent of the Two of Pentacles. This is about juggling, trying to make a decision, which goes hand in hand with this idea of, trying to, of like self-deception, of trying to, hold back and stagnating in this idea that there's a transformation that needs to happen, but it's not coming to a head. It's not moving forward. And we also have the Medicine Man, which is the equivalent of the Magician. This card specifically in this deck speaks about manifesting things, not just from the perspective of the magician in terms of manifestation, but also let me just read it. The medicine man tells you that you already are what you seek. As soon as you turn your attention away from wanting to become to the awareness of what is, you get a taste of the meaning of this card. Once you focus on simply being and renounce the mind's addiction to complicate everything by thinking about it, a new understanding arises. In the immediacy of unfabricated simplicity, your greatest talents are revealed. You recognize what is true power, genuine creativity. Your growing awareness of the miraculousness of your existence gives you faith in the workings of the great mystery, and this faithfulness makes you capable of using the powers you once feared correctly. Gratefully accept the assistance that is offered to you now. So, the idea that you are kind of intuitively grasping the truth, that you can see, that you can like bring what you want to manifest into the world, and because it already exists, because it's already there, that you don't have to necessarily make the choice to do it because it is already there. So if you're stuck in your head, just get out of it. That's the message that I'm getting. If you're wanting to make some sort of offer to like offer of love to someone, you just need to I mean, like, look how victorious this person is. Yeah. The courage, the bravery you'll find peace by going ahead and just doing it. Let's see what this Three of Cups is. Okay, we've got some that turned over in the deck. Okie dokie. Yep, those two. Okay, so at the bottom of the deck, once again, we have the Sun of Water. So the two that turned over in the deck are the Three of Air, which is the equivalent of the Three of Swords, doubt, heartbreak, and the Four of Earth, security, Four of Pentacles, energy. I think that these are the things that are blocking this celebration. And we also have the Daughter of Water, the Page of Water, as well as the Knight of Water Cups. So there's a message of love. There's something that could lead to this celebration if these things don't get in the way of it. If doubting and any past heartbreak, if being too concerned about security or withholding emotion, withholding being too reserved, being miserly with one's affections, with one's communication, that celebration, that emotional fulfillment can't happen. If you're so stuck in your head that you can't communicate, that you can't move forward, that you can't take this leap of faith and trust that things will come full circle, trust in the transformation, trust in what is already there, and that some things are meant to be, and if it's meant to be, it will be. That you will find peace. Then the celebration can't happen. These are the things I feel like that are standing in the way of the celebration, because the love is already there. The offer is already there. It exists within your life force, your very life force. So I'm going to read, because the life force card is specific to this deck, I'm going to read the life force card. I feel like somebody else, one other sign just got the life force card. It may have been Sagittarius. So if that's in your chart, life force, ecstasy, elation, passion, lust, eros, orgasmic creativity, the totality of feeling, sense of omnipotence. If you allow yourself to be swept away by this wave of immense divine power, nothing will be impossible. The deepest message of this card goes beyond all conventional ideas about joy, vitality, even rapture. It represents the source of all of these energies. The source is holy, for it surpasses the limits of every classification created by the human mind. It is the profound understanding of our immortality as spirit that causes us to become ecstatic. It is our wild, irrepressibly powerful nature that grants us access to the state of ecstasy. If we develop the ability to recognize the narrow confines of social conditioning and consciously transcend them. So, transcend, courage and bravery will find your peace, Aquarius. So that's what I have for you. That is your ancestor message for Samhain. And I'm going to go ahead and move on to Gemini. Okay, Gemini, angel spirits, guides, and ancestors. What messages do we have for Gemini tonight? What messages do we have for Gemini? Okay, I'm going to give these another shuffle. There we go. Okay. Create your reality, Gemini, number 33. I feel like every Gemini I know creates their own reality. Dragonfly. The dragonfly is about perception, illusion, and transformation in mental energy. You have pulled this card because you've grown stronger in your manifestation skills, and it is necessary to pay attention to where you choose to focus your thoughts and energy. Think about what you want, not about what you don't want. Has a recent situation not been to your liking and led you to focus on what is lacking as opposed to what is abundant? There are often triggers that can tempt us to dwell on what we do not want. But when the dragonfly shows up, it's letting us know that we have grown beyond the thoughts that control us. It is now time to mindfully choose what you will focus on as you move forward in your life. Well, Gemini, what are you going to focus on? I'm just teasing you. I'm a Gemini rising, so I spend most of my life creating alternate realities in the theaters. Okay. Got two that just came out. Angel guides, guardian angel, and Manifestation. We're just talking about manifestation. These are beautiful cards, and they just, justice is not done to them on camera. And that's Guardian Angel. Okay, so let's see. Everyone has a guardian angel who has been with them since their soul's creation. Now your guardian angel is drawing closer to you than ever. This angel guide knows you, loves you, and accepts you completely. Before your incarnation on Earth, you danced across the stars together. If you're feeling overwhelmed or alone at this time, know that your angel guide is with you to share their love and make you feel safe. You never walk this path alone. Angels are always there to light the way. This card is a huge reminder that you always have their help, support, and companionship available to you. And manifestation. Your message. Manifestation is the ability to bring our thoughts, dreams, and intentions into reality. The spiritual law of manifestation helps us create from deep within energies and experiences that lead us toward greater fulfillment and purpose. You are blessed to have received this angel card today, for it encourages you to recognize your power. You are a master of manifestation, and whenever you focus on something with loving thoughts and the best intentions, you bring that dream into reality. If you are working on bringing something to fruition at this time, whether that be a project, an opportunity, or even a miracle, this card lets you know that it is unfolding before your eyes. It is very important to stay elevated at this time and focus on positive energy, blessings, and the positive events that are happening around you, as you are magnetizing even more blessings into your world. Okay, so let's see what other cards we have for you. Okay. How many was that? Is that just, okay. Oh, the Witness. The Arrow and Lightning. 30 and 3 and 33. Okay. Not going to take the one at the base of the pack. I'm just feeling that's not for you. I don't know why, Gemini. Okay, the Arrow. Receiving the symbol reminds you that you are in alignment with your heart and soul. You are on target and will soon be hitting your mark. Be true to your calling, release attachments, and free yourself from the bondage of unbridled ambition. Now is revealed to be the moment of contact in which your intention meets the material world. The arrow also symbolizes the need to set your creativity free. When the arrow zings through the air, it is inviting you to pay attention and signifying that you are about to make your mark on some aspect of your life. It illuminates the moment of contact when you know that your desires and intentions have traveled on the wind and landed in the perfect place for your highest good. Trust that your job is to be relaxed yet focused, keeping your eye on the prize yet releasing your intention with full expectation that it will land as it is supposed to. Don't worry about the how or the exact form. This is not a time to interfere with the manner in which the arrow flies. It will make its mark, and you will have cause to celebrate. This is a time to admit that by continuing on the path you were on, you might be shooting yourself in the foot. Could it be that you have become so attached to winning this game that you have missed the true mark? What if your arrow was never meant to land where you wanted it? Now is the time to regroup and ask yourself if what you desire is really worth your energy. This is a sign that something better is waiting. Consider the wisdom in not getting what you want. Suffering in this case is a pathway to heal the parts of you that feel unworthy, the parts that worry there isn't enough. Make peace with those voices. What is truly yours will be waiting for you. The formidable electrical discharge of a lightning bolt brightens the sky and strikes the earth, accompanied by the mighty sound of thunder. This phenomenon has a positive aspect. The light illuminates the earth and the psyche, but there is a destructive side as well. The bolt can burn and even kill if it's too strong. The forces of the upper world are investing their gathered energy to ignite you with a new inspiration and creativity. Allow this divine gift of awakening to take root in your being and enjoy a renewed sense of clarity, passion, and vision. Life has gifted you with a destiny that is in alignment with your passion and in harmony with all existence on earth. Now lightning has come to jolt you into accepting your destiny. Let this initiation release what is in the way of your fulfilling your life's purpose. Otherwise, you'll be bound to your karmic fate. This is a time to be courageous and daring. So what I think is really interesting and what I'm noticing here, Gemini, is that as an air sign, you have an arrow that flies through air, you have lightning that also moves through air, and you have dragonfly that flies through air. All cards that really are kind of symbiotic with your element. And I think that whatever it is that you're manifesting, whatever it is that you are trying to create right now, really needs to be in line with your highest and best in order, all the cards to make its mark, to hit its target. So let's see what all these cards are all about. Okay. I'm gonna take the uprights first. Okay, so I feel like maybe you've been a little bit defensive lately about something. You're wanting recognition for your efforts. You're wanting to be able to celebrate your achievements. But right now I feel like you're feeling a little wounded warrior. You're feeling like you've kind of we've got the Three of Swords here and the Nine of Wands. I feel like you're feeling a little bit discouraged. You've also got the Nine of Swords. You've probably had some sleepless nights, some anxiety. You're needing to do some healing from this. You're needing the Wheel of Fortune to kind of shift in your favor. And I think it's going to. But before it does, in order for this this celebration, this recognition, this shift of fate, if you will, you're gonna need to do some healing to bring things back into balance. And that's when this offer is going to come in, this offer of some sort of emotional fulfillment that's going to lead to your Ten of Cups, that's going to lead to that rainbow of blessings, that recognition, that celebration of all of your hard work and the things that you've been trying to manifest. But right now, I think you're in that place where you feel like you've been doing the work and doing the work and doing the work, and it's not paying off. And I think what your ancestors and spirit guides are telling you is that if you are going into this with the mindset of like some sort of competition or conflict, then you're not going to get that happy foundation, positive outcome that you want. You're going to get, disappointment basically, because you have to do this because it's what drives you. It's what you desire. It's what you're trying to manifest for you and you alone. And that, I think, is where the balance and the healing comes in. It's almost as if you have to offer yourself this cup. That the Knight of Cups is you offering yourself the love, the acknowledgement, the healing, in order to reap the rewards and turn that wheel of fortune. Because if you're seeking validation from outside, you may or may not get it, but if you're always depending on someone else for that validation, then that 10 of Cups is probably never going to arrive. We've got Father of Earth at the bottom of the deck, and 4 of Wands, that's right under there too. Completion. This is like happy home, foundation. And we've also got 8 of Air, interference. This is also like being stuck in like a mental cage of your own making, right? So this 9 of Wands, this 3 of Swords, this 9 of Swords, like all of this is like you're holding yourself back, right? Like it's all in your own head. It's not you're creating that reality. Instead of creating that reality, create the reality that you want. You can manifest whatever reality that you want by changing the way that you're thinking. And here we have that 6 of Wands again, which is right there. This victory that you're looking for. Nobody else has to give it to you. You are the repository of all of the resources that you need. You are the Father of Earth. You are the King of Pentacles that has all of the resources at your disposal to have that victory, have that recognition that you're looking for. You have it all within yourself already. Okay, let's clarify this Temperance, the 4 of Swords, and the 9 of Cups. Yep, there we go. There's that 6 of Fire again, 6 of Swords, or 6 of Wands, the victory on the bottom of the deck again. You have, okay, so you have the 7 of Fire, Endurance, which is equivalent of the 7 of Wands, and Spirit Guide. I'm going to double check in this deck because some of the major arcana are slightly different, and see what the equivalent is in the, so this is the equivalent of Justice in the Standard Tarot. So I feel like you may be feeling like you have to defend yourself or defend your position right now. And that's where the endurance is coming in. Like you've been doing this for a while. But I think what you need to realize is that in terms of the Spirit Guide card, we're talking about an awakening, revelations, spiritual assistance, psychic experiences, a messenger from another dimension, and release. Help from higher spheres is on its way. Your guardian angel or spirit benefactor has not forgotten you. Perhaps your memory of unseen forces has become too vague. Remember, the mystery is always in us and all around us, yet we ignore it. Preoccupied with thoughts, we sleep through most of our life and wonder why we are unhappy. We are like fishes in the sea that desperately ask everyone where to find water. Let yourself be accompanied now and inspired by the wisdom and compassion of your spirit guide. So once again, your guardian angels are always with you. You need to remember that everything that you need is within you. That's the healing. That's the balance that you're missing right now. And that you have everything that you need to achieve this celebration, this recognition, this 10 of Cups that you're looking for, you can turn that Wheel of Fortune by changing your mindset, essentially. And that, you know, and justice is about balance too. So we're talking about rebalancing yourself will make that Wheel of Fortune shift in your favor. I almost don't even feel that I really need to clarify these other cards. Yeah, Seven of Water. I think you may be having some mental fog because once again, we have this card again. You really are looking for that victory, that recognition. Like, you want people to see you for who you are, to acknowledge you for the work that you do, and to feel successful. And you are the only one who can give yourself that. I'm just going to repeat it again. You are the only one who can give yourself that. It's great when other people heap praise on us. It's awesome. But ultimately, it comes from within. And you also have Vision Quest. What I was saying before with the Seven of Water on the bottom of the deck, in terms of excess, sometimes we get so caught up in the options that are available to us, the confusion, the mental fog, which way do I go? What do I need to do? What's going to be the best choice? That we get stuck. And Vision Quest it relates to the Hangman in the Standard Tarot. It's also an initiation. Meditation, surrender, patience, change in values and beliefs and viewpoints, a new outlook, a sincere search for meaning. So by changing your perspective, you are going to get clarity. By changing the way that you're looking at things, you're going to see the path forward. But if you resist that shift, excuse me, if you resist that shift, then you're also going to get stuck in stagnation. And that's when you get frustrated. You feel like you're stuck in this headspace over here where you don't feel recognized. You feel disappointed and, stuck in your head, and anxiety and worry. And when is this going to come to fruition? You have the power to make this change whenever you want to. It's a mental cage that you have put yourself in, that you have every power to take yourself out of. So Gemini, I hope that resonated for you. If it did, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, you may want to check out the other placements in your natal chart. And I hope that I will see you back soon. In terms of your natal chart, check out your sun, moon, and rising. Even Venus might also resonate with you. And like I said, I hope I'll see you back soon. I am going to go ahead and take a brief break. So you're going to see a little bit of a shift in the video, and refresh some candles, refresh my beverage, and let the dogs out to pee, do all of those things, and then reshuffle cards, and then come back to do earth and water signs. Angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do you have tonight for Cancer? Messages for Cancer. By the way, I shuffled all of these again during the break, so they've had a nice shuffle, although I think this deck's going to need another one. Actually, give me just a second. I've just realized that my pity is being a stubborn. Okay. My older dog can't get up in the bed, but my younger dog can, and there we go. She sometimes tries to steal his bed because she's just like that. The card that came out for you, Cancer, is Power. So let's see. Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau was the epitome of power and grace within the community of New Orleans. Not only was she known as an astute businesswoman, but she was also the go-to person for the spiritual remedies of everyday life. If you have drawn this card, you have been called to embrace all aspects of yourself and to rise to every occasion with confidence. You are so much more than the mundane daily tasks that often bog you down. New opportunities will help you explore the different ways you can express yourself and feel more fulfilled. Okay, Cancer. It's time to step into your power. What other messages do we have for Cancer? What other messages do we have from Cancer? Here we go. Okay, 2 cards out of this deck. We have Expect Miracles. Oh, that is the most joyous look. And Mother, Father, God. Okay, so let's read about these. Miracles occur naturally. They are always ready to unfold. Your angels are encouraging you to prepare yourself for them now. A miracle doesn't have to be an extravagant change in circumstances. It can be a simple shift of energy that creates a wave of love in your life. If you need something positive to happen or are praying hard for something, this card brings you the message that something exciting and healing is about to unfold. In order to help this along, you are being guided by your angels to recognize and honor your own worth. Realize that you are absolutely worthy of miracles, and they will unfold in your life. Your entire life has been brought together by miracles. They are happening all the time, they are happening all the time, and the miracle you need isn't a difficult one, because in the hands of the divine, anything is possible. Mother, Father, God. You are connected to the power of creation at this time. Your spiritual parent is enveloping you in their incredible love and filling you with divine energy and inspiration to help you move forward. This card is a message directly from the heart of God. It is telling you that you are significant and precious. You are loved beyond measure, and the Creator power is proud of you. You are being encouraged to have faith and know that anything is possible for you. No matter what you may be going through, you are always connected to the source of creation. Your angel guide is encouraging you to remember this now. So, being connected to source, being connected to God, the divine, spirit, however you refer to that power, is the source of your power, is the source of miracles, is where you will gain your strength, and something that you need to be focusing on right now. Okay, so by the way, power was number 1 if you're interested in the numerology. The council came out, I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time this has come out tonight. Number 11. Eagle, number 16, which comes down to a 7, and the medicine wheel, number 35, which comes down to 8. So I'm going to read those to you as well. The council are the luminous beings who hold the collective wisdom of humanity. They are the ones before whom you will do your life review when you cross into the world of spirit. A life review is when we place our good and our bad deeds on a divine scale and attempt to explain why we did not love or forgive or dare as greatly as we might have. Know that their wisdom is available to you at all times when you live in a state of yes, in an unconditional relationship with life. They remind you that you're placed around a sacred fire which has been reserved for you since the beginning of time. You will claim it when you know your own inner wisdom. The council has a message for you. Listen with your inner senses. The handwriting is already on the wall, so look about you and you will discern its meaning. Do not wait for further signs. Embark on the journey to love deeply, forgive sincerely, and dare greatly. Take the leap without requiring life to assure you of success. You are never alone. Turn to the council to find the guidance you seek and listen to the voice that arises spontaneously. Turn a deaf ear to that nagging voice from your ego that tells you that you are not up for the task before you. Create a spiritual feast for the council. Invite them to your altar every time you meditate or pray. Eagle comes from the east, the place of the rising sun, of new beginnings. She soars high in the sky, sees the smallest detail with clarity without losing track of the bigger picture, and nests in the high mountains. For Eagle, there are no obstacles, only opportunities. She calls you to ascend, to acquire perspective, so you can fly wing to wing with great spirit. Have you become trapped in your daily routine and feel you do not know where to go or what to do next? Have you lost your sense of purpose? Eagle invites you to take a deep breath and spread your wings. When was the last time you opened them? Eagle reminds you that your spirit was born to soar to the heavens. As you contemplate choices, ask yourself, do I want to live in a chicken coop, sheltered from life, counting the regular feedings? Or do I want to soar like an eagle? If your answer is the latter, then you must accept Eagle's invitation and embrace the courage that will help you choose freedom. It is time to see through the eyes of the eagle. Let your vision of the whole and its parts become laser-like and set your priorities straight. What did you come to do in this life? Did you come to climb up the ladder of financial or social success? Did you come to become a better person, to heal your heart, and to realize your essential self? What is your divine mission here on earth? No more excuses. Of course, you do not have enough time, enough money, or enough sleep. Yet the time is now to fly to your chosen purpose. If you postpone it, you are betraying yourself. Look through the eyes of the eagle and consider every obstacle an opportunity. Where you set your intention is where you'll end up. Free yourself and live your highest destiny. Fly. Yeah, that noise you hear in the background is definitely my dog trying to eat a zipper. The medicine wheel. The medicine wheel is a sacred hoop with the 4 cardinal directions well marked. It represents the cycle of life, the cycles of nature, and the circular pattern of our cosmos. It has been used for millennia in indigenous cultures to bring harmony and well-being to the village. Its directions symbolize the 4 steps of the shaman takes to become a person of power and wisdom. To manifest clear blue skies in your life, it is important that you take a look at certain aspects of your being. Enter the medicine wheel from the south and reflect on how you are still clinging to events from the past. Continue to the west to notice which relationships are toxic and drain your energy. Step into the north and ask yourself, do I know my passion and show it? End at the east direction, visualizing how you want to live the next chapter of your life. It is up to you how much time you spend in each direction, minutes, days, or months. But when you are done, make sure you step outside the wheel and contemplate your journey. You must not postpone your healing journey any longer. It can be difficult to start, but you must find the inner strength to step into the medicine wheel, or you may lose your opportunity. There are many ways and many paths. Choose the one you resonate most with. Once you have found it, the only mistake you can make is to not follow it. Go boldly. So I'm going to go ahead and clarify these with the Santa Marta Tarot, and then I'll clarify this tarot deck with the Vision Quest to get a little further clarity. This one really seemed to want to come out. Okay, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Nine of Cups. So I feel like there is definitely something that is your wish fulfillment that is coming forward. There's also the Six of Pentacles. You're starting to have some balance and harmony in your physical world and your physical resources, like on the earthly plane, and the Knight of Swords. Some message coming through in terms of mental clarity, and this may be something that either one has affected the other. Either the message has come through or is coming through that is going to provide that harmony and balance in your physical plane, or the harmony and balance is allowing this mental clarity to come through now. And I think that it has to do with some sort of emotional fulfillment. And it may allow you to be less reserved with your physical resources. Okay, that's a whole lot of cards that just popped out. We'll see how many. Oh, it's only 4. Okay. At the base of the pack, we have the Nine of Wands. You could be feeling a little bit like the wounded warrior here, like you've been going through a pretty tough time. We've got the Magician. You've been trying to manifest something. The Empress, definitely, this is some power energy here. You have been trying to make something happen in your world. The Wheel of Fortune is starting to turn in your favor, Cancer. And the Eight of Pentacles, you've been working really hard towards this. This could be something that this could really be almost anything in your life. I don't really have any specific cards here that are telling me if it is something in terms of money or career or love or health or family. Whatever it is, you may have started to feel a little bit burdened by it, like you're not really making enough progress, like maybe you need to kind of hermit a little bit and figure out a new direction in terms of making this happen. Maybe that's why you're maybe you either have recently received a message or are about to receive a message regarding what it is that you've been working on, or if you recently received a message, it has kind of kickstarted this process of trying to manifest this and shift this wheel in your favor. I'm also kind of drawn to the fact that you have both the Medicine Wheel and the Wheel of Fortune. I think by getting some clarity in terms of your purpose, you may be getting a shift in your fortune as well. We have the King of Swords at the base of the pack. What fell out was the Fool and the Page of Cups, and then what flipped out was the Three of Cups. So I think that whatever this new beginning is, and I think that this is something that you're working really hard to manifest with the Empress. This is something that you're trying to bring to fruition, that you're trying to birth into existence. And I think that it's a new beginning, and I think it's something that is revolving emotional fulfillment. That is, it could be a collaborative endeavor. It could be something involving 3 people. It could also just be something that is going to result in a lot of celebration once it finally comes to fruition. It may be that this King of Swords energy is the mental clarity that you need. It may also be that there is someone who is going to assist you in this. It may also be that you need to transform from this King of this King of Swords energy into, because the King of Swords can kind of be a little bit cold and detached and reserved. And because this seems to be something that you're really passionate about, that you have a lot of emotion towards, with the 3 of Cups and the Page of Cups, it may be that you need to transform with the Santa Muerta card. This is the equivalent of the Death card in this deck. That you need to let go of this energy, so that you can, transform it, rebirth it into a different energy, in order to make this happen. Underneath that, we have Temperance, and we have the Hierophant, and then the Sun. So what I'm seeing here is that by maybe healing some things within, finding balance within, really committing to what it is that you're manifesting, then that's going to bring ultimately your happiness, your joy, the celebration that you're looking for. So I'm going to clarify these, but I think that some of this may be about really tapping into that heart space. Notice how all of the light kind of emanates from the heart chakra here. This kind of, resonates with that Sun card as well. That we have these wheels turning, both with the medicine wheel and the wheel of fortune. But I also feel like some of this is about how you kind of tap into that power. Like, what is the power that you need to tap into? And we've got some Swords energy here, and Pentacles energy and water energy. So, as a water sign, Cancer, I feel like what, your strongest attributes are your emotions. Like, it is your intuition and your perception. And I feel like you may have been leaving those behind for some reason, and focusing on the focusing on the quote-unquote more practical aspects, trying to get this project or this endeavor off the ground, and maybe overthinking some of it, and not, all the cards coming out now, and not really trusting in your own skills, your own resources, your own strengths. At the bottom of the deck, I have the 4 of Water, Abundance, the 4 of Cups. You may not be seeing what is on offer to you right now. We've got the 3 of Doubts, which is essentially, or the 3 of Air, which is doubt. This is also like the 3 of Swords. This can be kind of heartbreak and disappointment. We've got the 9 of Fire, which is like the 9 of Wands. I feel like that may have been at the bottom of the deck for one of these. Inner Strength, really kind of feeling like you're being burdened by, no, stop it. Sorry. That, you know, you're kind of feeling a little bit burdened at this point by trying to make this happen and it not coming to fruition. With the moon, this can definitely be your energy, Cancer. It can also be Pisces energy. It's the things that are unseen, the things that you're not aware of. You may be feeling a little bit depleted. You may also feel like you're waiting. You've planted these seeds and they haven't come to fruition yet. We've got another 7 now. The 7 of Earth, the 7 of Air. Maybe starting to feel a little bit like it's futile. But what needs to happen is that you need to integrate. You need to integrate the different aspects of your personality. You need to integrate the emotional with the intellectual. You need to integrate the air and the water and the fire and the earth. All of those different directions on the medicine wheel. Which directions do you need to work on? How do you bring them all into balance? Particularly with that temperance card that we just saw under the deck. The father of water, this is, the king of cups. This also represents you. How do you balance that? How do you get in touch? The spiritual warrior card is in this deck. I'm going to double check. But I think that it also resonates with the temperance. No, I'm sorry, the chariot. In order to move forward, how do you balance those things with each other? The integration is temperance. So we have temperance again. So in terms of integration, what I think is really interesting about this card, it's finding one's true form, union of male and female energies, the spiritualization of matter, and harmony. So you're trying to, pull all of these things together using all of the tools at the magician has as resources. The wands, the cups, the swords, the pentacles, all of these things are at his disposal. His, hers, gender doesn't matter. And by integrating them together, that's where you're going to be able to really step into your power, to balance those things, to use everything at your disposal to really achieve your goals, and not get bogged down by all of the options, and actually reach that 9 of Pentacles that you're trying to achieve. So I hope that this resonated for you, Cancer. If it did, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, you may want to check out your sun, moon, rising, and Venus signs in your natal chart and see if one of those resonated more clearly for you. I am going to go ahead at this point and move on to Scorpio. Okay, Scorpio. Angels, spirits, guides, and ancestors. What do we have for Scorpio? And it's on the floor. Share your gifts. I believe it was Libra that got this as well. Show the world what you're working with. Although Jackson Square is a historic landmark, today it is also New Orleans' foremost showcase for people looking to share their creative gifts and natural talents. Whether their specialty is fancy food, artistic masterpieces, or intuitive readings, everyone wants to see and be seen in Jackson Square. You've pulled this card because your creative side is calling for more freedom to be shown out to the world. Creativity doesn't have to be limited to activities like painting or singing. You can write, make jewelry, or create anything that you feel moved to create. There is no need for a ready-made place to share your gifts. The more you choose to do, the more space the universe will make for you to share. Okay, let's see what else we have for Scorpio. Signs and reminders. Oh, that's beautiful. Noticing the butterflies, the birds, and the feather. But the feather was what drew my eye first. Angels and loved ones in heaven are sending you signs of their presence now. You may be seeing the same number patterns or sequences, finding feathers, seeing the same birds at special times, or even feeling that you're being visited by a loved one or angel in dreams or at some point in your day. These are all messages of support. You are on the right path and you are being guided to know that you do not walk this path alone. In times of need, angels are beside you, blessing your heart with love and healing, and your angels and loved ones in heaven will never leave you. Their love will never die. Messages for Scorpio. Okay. Oh, okay. So I've got the hummingbird. I've also got the blade and the ghost dance. So if you're into numerology, share your gifts was number 8. Hummingbird is 26, which also comes down to 8. We've got blade is 6 and the ghost dance is 22, which would come down to a 4. But generally, double numbers aren't reduced. So let's see. Hummingbird is one of my favorites. It's just a special card to me. Despite being so little, hummingbirds are great journeyers, migrating between North and Central or South America to feed from the summer nectar. This gentle creature can be fiercely territorial to protect its home. Hummingbird teaches us to be gentle to ourselves and protect our personal space. Hummingbird invites you to embark on your epic quest, bypass the dung pile of old pain and hurts, head for the flowers, and learn to trust the calling you hear ever so softly. The buzzing you feel is the sound of your hummingbird wings preparing you to say yes to a new adventure. This is not the time to linger on what has gone wrong, but to trust in the rightness of the moment and take bold action. Trust that success is assured, even if you must face tests and challenges to reach your destination. Know that all will be well because the all is in the small. This mighty being comes to teach you stillness and motion and to trust your inner knowing that the sweetest nectar is assured. Failing to act when the moment is right can spoil your journey. If you feel your safety, comfort, or day-to-day survival are more important than saying yes to the invitation to explore the unknown, you will have to work much harder to achieve what is being offered to you freely now. Still your mind, even in the midst of your very hectic schedule, and heed the gentle voice that calls to you to test new wings. The blade represents sharpness of the mind, body, and spirit. Pointing upward, it summons the power of heaven. When aimed down to the ground, it anchors the power of the heavens on earth. The blade can be a healing tool or a weapon. Wield it wisely. It will transmit power, bestow initiations, cut energetic cords from the past, or sever toxic relationships. Use it with anger and it will slash, stab, and kill. You are invited to draw your blade and use it. It is not auspicious to hesitate, to waste time in idle talk, or to hide from the inevitable. Heaven and earth are aligned to support you in claiming your power, so take decisive action. Overcome your fear of hurting others, unsheath the blade, and use it wisely. It's time to put down the sword and place it back in its scabbard. Do not offer your blade in service to toxic emotions. You will be faced with an even more disagreeable future with the people or situations you are attempting to banish. Put the blade to rest until your inner fire has mellowed. Then use your blade with impeccable intention to cut the energetic cords that are tying you to the drama at hand. Set yourself free. Well, are there some signs that you have ties you need to cut, Scorpio? Are there things that you need to free yourself of so that you can set off on a new adventure? The ghost dance of the American Plains Indians united the spirits of the living with those of the ancestors to bring peace to the world. When the ancestors are honored, they bring harmony to us. When we hold them responsible for all that is wrong with us today, they haunt us. Honor the spirits of the ancestors and receive their lessons and gifts. This includes honoring your own past lives. The ancestors are a message of healing and a powerful medicine to offer you. Create a sacred moment at your altar, light a candle to them, and let their wisdom infuse you. At this stage in your life, you are done repeating their tragic stories. Step into the abundance that is offered to you. Receive the gifts of those that have come before you and write a new story for your life. If you are trapped in a vicious cycle of nostalgia, mourning a lost youth, or opportunities missed, it is time to make an altar for the ancestors. Collect a few photos, light some incense, offer sage, and open the windows of your house to release them to their destiny and to the wind. Be wary of being snared in a relationship with someone from a past lifetime, as the people we loved or hurt have a way of reappearing in our lives. There is no learning for you there anymore. So it sounds like you may have some things that you need to be releasing yourself from at this time, Scorpio. Maybe there are things that are keeping you from sharing your gifts. Maybe there are things that you need to be reminded of from your angels, your spirit guides, your ancestors. If you're seeing signs and reminders of those things, maybe it's for a reason. Maybe they're trying to remind you what you're here to do, what gifts you're here to share, why there are things that are happening right now, and it's because you need to be moving in a different direction, maybe not repeating the mistakes of the past. We have the Tower, and generally when the Tower arises, the Strength is at the bottom of the deck. There is some sort of foundation that we have built the Tower on that is no longer serving us. The foundation is not strong enough. The Tower has been built too high on that foundation for it to stand. The Tower has to come down in order for us to rebuild that foundation stronger, in order to rebuild the Tower itself. So it could be that there is something foundational in your life that needs to be addressed. It could be something that you need some assistance from your ancestors with in order to rebuild. It could be something generational or having to do with family. We have the King of Pentacles coming out. The King of Pentacles is the husband, the father of the tarot, with the Queen of Swords. So this isn't a divine couple, but I am kind of drawn to the similarities in the green in both of their cards. So the Queen of Swords is also, she wields that sword to to cut things away. It kind of echoes the blade. So while the King of Pentacles is the father of the tarot, is the one who provides for the family, who has the resources to provide what others need. The Queen of Swords is the one who knows her will, knows her wishes, knows what she wants, is not about to let anybody dissuade her from her path, and is willing to cut away that which does not serve. Let's see what other messages that we have coming through for Scorpio. It may be that it's, okay, that's entirely too many cards. It may be that it's time to cut away the things that are no longer working for you, the things that are no longer serving your highest and best, the things that have led to that shaky foundation, to let go of, whether it's outdated ideas, toxic relationships, bad habits and patterns. We've got the devil, speaking of bad habits and patterns, toxic relationships, things that no longer serve. Don't worry, I'm going to clarify this one. I'm clarifying all of them, but I always clarify the devil. We've got the devil, and at the base of the pack, we've also got the Ten of Cups. So I think this is what's blocking your Ten of Cups. And causing your anxiety, worry, sleepless nights, and keeping you from your new beginning, ending the cycle. So this is probably also what led to this Tower moment. And once you've dealt with this Tower, you can move forward with a new beginning as well. So let's go ahead and clarify the Tower, see if we can get some clarification on what this Tower is, what it's concerning, what may have caused it. What is this Tower for Scorpio? It may be that you haven't been sharing your gifts. It may be that you haven't paying attention to the signs that have been coming your way. Okay, so we've got one on the floor and two that just flipped in the deck. Okay, so at the base of the pack, I have Spiritual Warrior. On the floor, we've got the Seven of Air. The Seven of Air, the Seven of Swords, can be a card of deception, lies, the thief. It can also be a card of self-deception as well. So the ones that also came out are Father of Fire, the King of Wands. Maybe you have been deceiving yourself about what you're really passionate about, what really drives you. We have Spirit Guide and Spiritual Warrior. And in this particular deck, I'm going to reference the guidebook for those things, especially since they're major arcana. Spiritual Warrior relates to the Chariot. It's about seeking, the search for your own truth, self-contemplation, self-actualization in the outer world. And Spirit Guide, the Chariot is all about having a direction and being so confident in it that you don't even have to have reins on the horses. They just know the path and take you in that direction, right? So you may have not been doing the inner work to really be able to drive that chariot where you want it to go. And the Tower may have come because you've been moving in a direction that is not in line with your highest and best self, Scorpio. With the Spirit Guide, this is, it relates to justice in the Standard Tarot, and It's about revelations, spiritual assistance, releasing the things that no longer serve you. Justice is also about finding balance. And so it could be that, you don't have enough balance between the things you're passionate about, the gifts that you have, and using them. You may have been feeling a sense of futility because you're not utilizing the tools that you have at your disposal. You're not, I want to say, not living your own life. Maybe living your idea of what your life should be, or someone else's idea of what your life should be. I'm going to clarify the King of Pentacles. I feel like this is, especially with this blade here, I feel like it's about cutting away the things that don't serve you. And it could be that, okay, that's a lot of cards. I'm going to take them. That's a lot of cards. Maybe it's not as many as I think it is. The Ten of Earth. So wealth, prosperity. This is the Ten of Pentacles. This is generational wealth and abundance. Clarifying the King of Pentacles, this could be about, family and what your family wants for you versus what you want for yourself. That could be the tower that things have been built on, that's now crumbling, especially with the King of Pentacles being like the patriarch, if you will. It could be that you have been hermiting a little bit, trying to figure out, you could also be the patriarch, Scorpio, and maybe the burdens of being the patriarch have been getting in the way of fulfilling your own personal fulfillment, being able to share your gifts, because you've been trying to, with the Four of Fire, you've been trying to build that solid foundation, that family, that home life for others, and not for yourself. We've got the Daughter of Air here. This is like the Page of Swords. This is some sort of message of mental clarity. And I think that's, if you've been kind of hermiting, I think you've been trying to get that mental clarity. And, with the Seven of Water here, there may have been some confusion, too many choices, too many things standing in your path, not having clear focus, maybe having your energy split in too many directions. That's the second seven too. We now have the Seven of Air and the Seven of Water on the table. The Three of Water is about celebration and fullness, being fulfilled, and I think that that's where you're trying to find your fulfillment. With Vision Quest, this is I believe akin to, I'm starting to get to know this deck a little bit better. The Hanged Man. So both the Hermit and the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man is about getting a different perspective, but both of those are cards of stagnation. Both of those are cards of pause, stop, reflection. The Hermit is about going within to get that perspective. The Hanged Man is about shifting your focus, literally turning yourself upside down to look at things from a different perspective. So I feel like whether you are the King of Pentacles or you're being influenced by the King of Pentacles, your parents, your family, you know, siblings, what is expected of you, whatever it is, I feel like has been keeping you from being able to reach your highest and best or pursue your passions and share your gifts with the world for some reason. And it could be because of some perceived pressure or some actual pressure that you're receiving from family or, you know, familial ties in some way. Let's go ahead and clarify the devil and see what this devil is all about. I'll clarify the devil. Okay, the Ace of Fire and the Five of Air. Fear. The Five of Air, Five of Swords is in this deck, it is fear. It can also be competition, holding back, holding back on this new beginning, this new start in something that really you're really passionate about, that really drives you, that you desire, that you're gonna need to like step into your power to attain, that that's going to really drive you and allow you to reach that 10 of Cups, that emotional fulfillment. But yeah, I mean, fear is the greatest of all toxicities, right? Fear is fear is really rooted in illusion. There is nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. Fear is the greatest of all illusions, right? That most of the time, what we fear is never actually borne out in reality. What we fear, by sharing our gifts, we will be rejected. By cutting toxic people out of our lives, we will somehow, you know, face some sort of repercussions. By going our own path, we will, you know, be rejected. Very rarely, even when that rejection does happen, which happens on occasion, very rarely do we regret taking those steps, or is the fear of those things or is the reality of those things as bad as we feared that it would be, right? So, and very often it is liberating to acknowledge the things that we fear the most. It is liberating to admit the things that we want, the things that we desire, instead of keeping them from the people that we, you know, care about the most, and those kinds of things. So I think that that's what I have for you, Scorpio. So if this reading resonated with you, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, you may want to check out your sun, moon, and rising signs, and maybe even your Venus, and see if those readings resonate more clearly for you. I am going to go ahead and move on to Pisces now. Okay, Pisces, angel spirits, guides, and ancestors. What do we have for Pisces tonight? Angel spirits, guides, and ancestors. What messages do we have for Pisces? What messages do we have for Pisces? Okay, there it is on the floor. Okay. Oh, it really slid under my chair. Let loose. Okay, number 3. That's a Mardi Gras card if I ever saw one. This is the New Orleans Oracle deck, which I just love. Mardi Gras. Everyone knows that Mardi Gras is the celebration of all celebrations. If this card has shown up in your reading, that means it's time to let loose and forget all obligations that have been plaguing you, even if just for a few hours. Your ability to experience fulfillment and enjoyment in the moment has been compromised due to overthinking, managing life's obligations, and experiencing a lack of joy in your day-to-day life. This current imbalance has started to affect your generally positive outlook, and it is time for some revitalization. Cut loose even just a little and see how much it positively affects your energy and overall outlook. Pisces, it's time to let loose. Time to let loose. Okay, let's see what angel guide messages we have. What messages do we have for Pisces? Oh, okay. Romance and connection. Somebody else got this card earlier. I'm not sure which sign it was now. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these. Let's go ahead and get these messages, and then I'll read all of it at once. Messages for Pisces. First message that I'm getting right now, though, is that it may be that you have been too serious when it comes to romance and connections, that maybe you've been so hyper-focused on outcomes that you and direction that you haven't really been able to enjoy your connections. We've got the rattle, number 43, and the ghost dance, number 22. And let loose was number 3. So, okay, romance and connection. Angels of romance are swirling around your life at this time, ushering in positive, uplifting, and heartfelt experiences to remind you that love is real. Allowing yourself to be romanced, to receive and experience a true connection, is important at this time. It is likely that your heart space is opening up and any barriers or shields that have been in place are falling away. If you find yourself scared or uptight about romance, know that this is not only a sign that you would like to experience it, but also that it is something that your energy system really needs. Your angels are guiding you to begin seeing yourself as loving and deserving of love. Know that you have so much goodness and light to offer others and the world. You are also being encouraged to know that the world wants to see you, to know you, and to understand your hearts. All of this is only possible with your permission. Why not give it now? So I noticed that mentioned being uptight, and that this other card says let loose. So Pisces, and I say this with all love as a fellow Pisces, it may be time to stop being so uptight in terms of romance and love, and in terms of your connections. So the ghost dance of the American Plains Indians united the spirits of the living with those of the ancestors to bring peace to the world. When the ancestors are honored, they bring harmony to us. When we hold them responsible for all that is wrong with us today, they haunt us. Honor the spirits of the ancestors and receive their lessons and gifts. This includes honoring your own past lives. The ancestors have a message of healing and a powerful medicine to offer you. Create a sacred moment at your altar, light a candle to them, and let their wisdom infuse you. At this stage in your life, you are done repeating their tragic stories. Step into the abundance that is offered to you. Receive the gifts of those who have come before you and write a new story for your life. If you are trapped in a vicious cycle of nostalgia, mourning a lost youth, or opportunities missed, it is time to make an altar for the ancestors. Collect a few photos, light some incense, offer sage, and open the windows of your house to release them to their destiny and to the wind. Be wary of being snared in a relationship with someone from a past lifetime, as the people we loved or hurt have a way of reappearing in our lives. There is no learning for you there anymore. And the rattle. The rattle is the spirit caller, carrying the shaman's prayer to the four directions. The body of the rattle is like the earth, spinning on its axis. With the aid of the rattle, the medicine woman instills a desired destiny in her future, closing with the prayer. Great Spirit, may your will be done. The rattle guides us to pray for all the earth, not just for our personal needs. When we offer our prayers for the highest good of all, everything we need is provided for us. The rattle comes to invite you to work with the tools of spirit, but be careful, they are very sharp and can hurt you and others if they are not used mindfully. Set your old tools aside and take up the drawing instruments of spirit. You are consciously stepping into partnership with the divine. This is the time for courageous deeds. Do not let your hesitation get in the way of your expression. You want to catch God on the whisper, not on the shout. What you are trying to craft to your own desires and expectations is already there, standing before you. Do not spin the world to your own benefit. You are being offered the Creator's tools, You are being offered the Creator's tools, which must be put to use to serve a divine purpose. So, Pisces, what is your divine purpose? What cycles do you need to break? How are you going to let loose in romance and love? What messages do we have for Pisces tonight? Okay, at the base of the pack, we've got the Seven of Cups. It seems like you might be having a lot of choices to make here. Okay, so the only card that came up upright is the Six of Pentacles. Balance and harmony I'm losing my tongue now. I've been doing this too long. Balance and harmony are obviously very important right now. And I think this has a lot to do with your physical resources. We've also got the Hermit. And this may have something to do with letting loose. I think maybe you've been kind of hermiting away a little bit, not really connecting with others, kind of going within. Maybe there was some sort of new opportunity in terms of work, career, finance that you, or some new beginning there that you really felt like you needed to focus on, and that's led you to kind of hermit away from romantic connections, for example. We've also got the Nine of Pentacles, but you have, during this hermiting time, I think you've really kind of like stepped into your own. Like, you're doing good in terms of money, career, finance. You are single and abundant. You have been manifesting the things that you want and you need in life. It may be that you've recently had some sort of message in terms of, I mean, we've got pentacles all over the place here, in terms of money, career, and finance. I think your spirit guides are saying now it's time to stop focusing on your physical resources so much and focus on your emotional connections, your friends, your relationships, your family, and romance. With the Seven of Cups here, which one of these cups are you going to focus on? What emotional fulfillment are you going to focus on? And I'm going to see if we can get any more messages in regards to that. And, okay. And then I'm going to clarify because we've got a lot of cards on the table right now. The base of the pack, we've got the Queen of Swords. This might be an energy that you've been in for a while. We've also got the Two of Pentacles, some sort of decision that needs to be made, or you may have been juggling something. I think you've been carrying a lot of burdens, and this might have to do with the decision that you're trying to make. We've also got the Four of Pentacles, maybe holding back. I think that has something to do with the let loose. So you might have been holding back because of the burdens that you've been carrying, and now you're trying to figure out how you can juggle these burdens and have stronger connections in your life. What is it that you need to cut away? What is it that you need to let go of and let loose of in order to have the kind of connections that you want in your life, particularly with this ghost dance? You know, are there things that you need to hang on to? Are there things that you need to release? How do you want to write your story, basically? Let's see if we can, get some clarification here with this deck. Okay, at the base of the pack, we've got the Two of Air. Yeah, you're looking for this inner peace. But the Two of Swords also can be, you know, blindfolded and indecision. So while you're looking for that inner peace and trying to find that inner peace, we also have the Son of Earth along with the Page of Pentacles. There may be some sort of message in terms of your, you know, stability, your your physical resources that is allowing you to start looking for this clarity, this recognition, or that you've received some sort of clarity and recognition that's now allowing you to really focus on your wish fulfillment. What is that thing that is going to bring you the most joy? What is that thing that's going to bring you the inner peace? Now that you've, you know, taken care of the pentacles, now that you've taken care of the physical resources, how can you move on to your, you know, your spiritual life, your partnerships, your family, your emotional abundance, along with the spiritual? Where do you find that balance? What decisions do you make in order to make those things most rewarding for you? Yeah, at the base of the pack, we have the Seven of Earth. I feel like you've planted a lot of seeds, and that's left you a little bit depleted. This goes back to that Ten of Wands. Like, you've reached the state where it's time to start reaping that harvest and stop waiting for the harvest to come in, right? You want to be seeing this growth. You want to be collaborating with others and letting them pick up some of the burden, right? There may be some sort of message or mental clarity coming through about that and how that can happen, because right now you're seeing a lot of anxiety and sleepless nights, and trying to figure out how you can balance these things, how you can have some sort of fresh start that allows you to not feel so depleted, not have to hermit away in order to recuperate from the things that are draining to you and the burdens that, you know, you are feeling, because you want to be able to, to have this emotional abundance and experience the emotional abundance along with the physical resources and, you know, career growth and those kinds of things. And I think that there's some sort of new beginning that's coming. There's some sort of message that's going to allow you to like put those burdens down and make the choices that are going to allow you to like balance those things out. And there's going to be some sort of cooperation that allows that to happen so that you're not holding all of those things on your own. And you're going to be able to let loose and, you know, kind of look towards romance and connections because of whatever this new start is. This new opportunity that's coming in for you. So Pisces, that's what I have for you. I hope that that was helpful. I hope that it resonated with you. If it did, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, then you may want to check out the other placements in your natal chart. Your sun, moon, rising, or Venus may resonate more clearly with you. And I hope that I see you all again soon. Okay, I am back to finish the ancestor readings for earth signs, and I ran into a couple of issues last night. Both my computer was about to die, and I was just running out of steam. As you can tell, these readings got a little bit lengthy, so I am going to pick up with Capricorn, then go into Taurus and Virgo, and finish these up. I don't really feel like they're late because we are, it's November the 1st as I'm finishing these up, and so it is All Souls Day, or the Day of the Dead, and so I feel like this is a great way to continue to honor our ancestors and get some messages from them. So I appreciate you waiting for me, and I have already shuffled these decks, so I'm going to go ahead and jump right in with Capricorn. So, angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Capricorn? What messages do we have for Capricorn? Messages for Capricorn. Oh, here we go. Okay. Power. Somebody else. There was another sign that got this one. I have slept since then, so I do not recall which one. But there was another sign that got this one last night. So this is the New Orleans Oracle deck. So power. Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau was the epitome of power and grace within the community of New Orleans. Not only was she known as an astute businesswoman, but she was also the go-to for the spiritual life. If you have drawn this card, you have been called to embrace all aspects of yourself and to rise to every occasion with confidence. You are much more than the mundane daily tasks that often bog you down. New opportunities will help you explore the different ways you can express yourself and feel more fulfilled. So it sounds like you need to be stepping into your power this month, Capricorn, and as we head into the end of the year. Messages for Capricorn, ancestors, angels, spirits, guides. Messages for Capricorn. There we go. Signs and reminders. Okay. So somebody else got this as well. What is really standing out to me in this card, I don't know if you can see it very well, are both the butterflies and the feather. So these may be signs and reminders of transformation, You may be seeking some sort of mental clarity as well with the kind of the air energy that's represented in this card. Signs and reminders. Angels and loved ones in heaven are sending you signs of their presence now. You may be seeing the same number patterns or sequences, finding feathers, seeing the same birds at special times, or even feeling that you're being visited by a loved one or an angel in dreams or at some point in your day. These are all messages of support. You are on the right path, and you are being guided to know that you do not walk this path alone. In times of need, angels are beside you, blessing your heart with love and healing. And your angels and loved ones in heaven will never leave you. Their love will never die. So there may be, ways in which you find your power within those signs. There may be ways in which your ancestors, your spirit guides are trying to communicate with you through those signs and reminders. If there are things that, you really connect to in terms of, family, loved ones who have passed, things that you see that remind you of them. Those may be messages that they're trying to send you, and you should be paying attention to those things. I think sometimes we don't pay attention to those kind of coincidences. We just assume like, oh, that's some, odd thing that happened, but there's not necessarily any meaning to it, and don't necessarily get the full effect of what that message could be sending to us, or what we could be getting out of that message by not taking a little bit of time to think and reflect on those memories or those events and how they may relate to our current situation. And those things can, it can be anything from, animals that cross your path, or even smells are coming to mind right now. Okay, that's a whole bunch of cards that just came out. So let me take a look and see how many we've got here. Okay, I'm going to take these three since the circle is reversed. I'm kind of called to those three. So we've got, if you're interested in the numerology, power is number 1. We've got lightning, which is 30, which comes down to a 3. Eagle, which is 16, which comes down to a 7, and the sacrifice, which is 44. And generally we don't reduce the double numbers, but if you want to, that would also be 8. So I'm going to read those to you as well. This is from the Mystical Shaman Oracle. So I'm going to start with Eagle. Eagle comes from the east, the place of the rising sun, of new beginnings. She soars high in the sky, sees the smallest detail with clarity without losing track of the bigger picture, and nests in the high mountains. For Eagle, there are no obstacles, only opportunities. She calls you to ascend, to acquire perspective, so you can fly wing to wing with great spirit. Have you become trapped in your daily routine and feel you do not know where to go and what to do next? Have you lost your sense of purpose? Eagle invites you to take a deep breath and spread your wings. When was the last time you opened them? Eagle reminds you that your spirit was born to soar to the heavens. As you contemplate choices, ask yourself, do I want to live in a chicken coop, sheltered from life, counting the regular feedings, or do I want to soar like an eagle? If your answer is the latter, then you must accept Eagle's invitation and embrace the courage that will help you choose freedom. It is time to see through the eyes of the eagle. Let your vision of the whole and its parts become laser-like and set your priorities. What did you come to do in this life? Did you come to climb up the ladder of financial or social success? Did you come to become a better person, to heal your heart, and to realize your essential? What is your divine mission here on earth? No more excuses. Of course, you do not have enough time, enough money, or enough sleep. Yet the time is now to fly to your chosen purpose. If you postpone it, you are betraying yourself. Look through the eyes of the eagle and consider every obstacle an opportunity. Where you set your intention is where you will end up. Free yourself and live your highest destiny. Fly. I'm also kind of drawn to the fact that the Signs and Reminders card also has imagery of flight in it. So it may be that you've been holding yourself back, particularly since, the card, the message of power and kind of stepping into your power is part of that as well, that by not opening yourself up, spreading your wings, being willing to take flight, and go your own way, you may have been restricting yourself in some way. And I feel like the message is to stop restricting yourself. Okay, so lightning. The formidable electrical discharge of a lightning bolt brightens the sky and strikes the earth, accompanied by the mighty sound of thunder. This phenomenon has a positive aspect. The light illuminates the earth and the psyche, but there is a destructive side as well. The bolts can burn and even kill if it is too strong. The forces of the upper world are investing their gathered energies to ignite you with new inspiration and creativity. Allow this divine gift of awakening to take root in your being and enjoy a renewed sense of clarity, passion, and vision. Life has gifted you with a destiny that is in alignment with your passion and in harmony with all existence on earth. Now lightning has come to jolt you into accepting your destiny. Let this initiation release what is in the way of your fulfilling your life purpose. Otherwise, you'll be bound to your karmic fate. This is a time to be courageous and daring. So step into your power. Be willing to take the risk. Be willing to let go of the things that no longer serve you, even if that includes some sort of destruction of destructive force. Very often creation and destruction go hand in hand in some way. And I have a feeling that the sacrifice is going to talk about that a little bit. To sacrifice means to make sacred. The sacrifice is an offering of gratitude made from the heart, a feast of love prepared for spirit. In olden days, sacrifices sometimes involved rituals in which blood was offered to the gods. For example, in the Bible, Yahweh preferred Abel's sacrifice of one of his lambs to Cain's offering of vegetables and fruits. In Middle America, however, Quetzalcoatl, the Lord of the Dawn, came to teach that spirit preferred our songs and our prayers to the blood of humans or animals. The sacrifice asks that you offer to spirit that which is the most precious to you. Your offering will be sanctified and returned tenfold. You will be elevated to the altar at which you have been praying and meet the divine at the table with the heavenly feast. You are a welcome guest in this banquet. Your heart is the only worthy offering you can bring. Life has been generous with you in so many ways. What is the one person or thing you feel you cannot live without? It is time to offer it all to spirit so that it may unfold as it will. Do not cling to the old form or allow your sacrifice to weigh heavily upon you. You have sacrificed yourself and your dreams for too long. Now is the time to rededicate yourself to your journey. When you make sacred, you open the doors to infinite wealth. Do not delay. And wealth doesn't always necessarily mean financial wealth, right? So it could be wealth of many kinds. But if there's something that you've been wanting to do, a project you've been wanting to undertake, a some sort of creative endeavor. It's time to, prepare yourself for that. It's time to let go of whatever's been standing in your way, and to release yourself, to open your wings and pursue that. We have the Three of Swords. There may have been some sort of disappointment or heartbreak that has kept you from doing that in the past. The Seven of Wands is at the base of the pack. It could be that you felt, defensive. You felt like you've had to protect what you hold most dear in some way, and that has been what's standing in your way. Excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold. So you may be trying to overcome this kind of defensive stance. And it may be that you've been protecting your heart from stepping out on a limb again, and feeling in some way rejected, or in some way, burned by another negative experience. However, it's time to move forward. We've got the Eight of Swords here, which in this particular deck, it really harkens to the imagery in most tarot decks to the Eight of Wands. And the meaning in this deck is slightly different, so I'm actually going to read that to you. But at the base of the pack, we also have the Ace of Swords. And this is about a new beginning, some mental clarity. Notice how the sun is like shining down on that sword. So I really feel like this is a time to, particularly with all of this air energy that is being represented in these oracle cards, this is a time to gain some mental clarity on what you want to retain and what you want to let go of, and what path you want to pursue moving forward. You really may want to reconsider what best serves you and what it's time to let go of. That noise you're hearing in the background is my dog looking for her toy under the bed. So in this particular deck, the Eight of Swords says, the quiet before the storm, a balance of opposites destined to be brief and to explode with violence and thunder. The Eight of Swords, with its stability, risks causing frustration by delaying a conflict that needs to be externalized. Therefore, we need to find a way to rationally bring this to the surface without fearing the necessary transformations. Do not be afraid, even when it is necessary to reconsider your ideas, the commitments undertaken, or the choices made, even if they are causing a continual internal storm. And notice that there's lightning in this card as well as the lightning card. There's some sort of impetus to make some big changes this month, and your guides are telling you that it's time to take the risk. It's time to maybe make some sacrifices in order to move forward, on your path. We have the Empress at the base of the pack. The Empress has everything that she needs. She is the embodiment of all of the queens in the tarot. She is fruitful, abundant. Notice all of the sunflowers surrounding her. She can manifest what she wants. It is also said that the Empress is the daughter of the magician and the high priestess. So she can she can use her intuition and her powers of manifestation, which is part of the reason that she is so abundant. And the card that came out is the Sun, the most positive card in the tarot. This is happiness, this is joy, this is fulfillment. And sometimes in order to reach that, there are sacrifices that we must make to reach our highest and best. I'm going to clarify this with the Vision Quest. Okay. The Vision Quest deck. And we're getting lots of cards coming out. So I think I'm just going to clarify these all together. So at the base of the pack, we have the Vision Quest. Okay. And let me pull these cards that came out upright first. Okay. So we've got a repeat of the Sun. So definitely happiness, fulfillment, success is on the way. Even though you may have had some doubt, some disappointment. We've got a repeat of the Three of Swords as well here. In this deck, it's the Three of Air. It's also about doubting your power, doubting your abilities, doubting that you have what it takes. And because of that, you may have been kind of hermiting away. You're doubting your ability to manifest what you want, and particularly since the Nine of Pentacles is also about independence and being able to do that yourself and on your own. I think some of that excuse me, may have been about being able to do this yourself and on your own. We also have the Mother of Air and the Father of Water. If this is something that you have been wanting to do with another person, this may be a partnership that is coming into play in order to make this feasible. We have transformation. Yes. This is the equivalent of the Death card in most tarot decks. But death is about transformation. It is about dying to one thing in order to be reborn into something else. It is about an ending leading to another beginning. And that is also very much what sacrifice leads to as well, right? That we let go of the things that are most sacred to us, or we make sacred what is most important to us, and by releasing it, we get back those things tenfold. I also mentioned earlier with the lightning that sometimes creative forces are also destructive. Lightning is also very often, and I don't know why this just came to mind, but lightning is also very often responsible for starting forest fires, for example. And while forest fires are very destructive forces, they also rejuvenate the earth. They allow for grasses to rejuvenate. They clean out debris. They, in some cases, there's extreme heat is required in order for certain conifer cones to open and release their seeds so that trees can grow and rejuvenate, right? We also have the Daughter of Fire here. This is the Page of Fire. So there may be some sort of message coming through about something that is very near and dear to your heart, something that you have a lot of passion for, some new project or thing that you've been thinking about, getting off the ground. And with, and you may have been waiting a while for this with the Three of Fire or the Three of Wands. This is also integrity in this deck. Finding the strength of character to spread your wings, to step into your power and to make this happen. But with the Six of Pentacles, the Six of Earth, there's going to be some sort of breakthrough as we enter the end of the year to be able to make this happen. The Medicine Man in this deck is the equivalent of the Magician. And I think it's interesting that I mentioned the Empress's connection to the Magician. Right under the Empress, we also have the Three of Cups. So this is going to be something that leads to celebration, that leads to that happiness with the Sun. We have the Sun twice now. Quest card in this deck that was at the base of the pack. I'm actually going to read about from this book because it is, specific to this particular deck. It's related to the Hanged Man, but it's not quite the same. It's about initiation, meditation, surrender, patience, a change in values, beliefs, or viewpoints, some sort of new outlook, and a sincere search for meaning. Notice, I don't know if you can see it very well, in the sky overarching that sun, there's bird imagery as well. And we've seen the bird and the eagle, we've seen the feather and the birds in this sign and reminders. And this message, the message of this card, may be one of the most difficult to accept, not because it is abstract, but because it often seems almost impossible to let go of the opinions and values of the past. Our past is the familiar, the known. It gives us an illusory sense of safety, a kind of identity to which we usually cling, whatever it may cost us. Thus, our past determines who we are, have been, and will be in the future. Past means tradition. Tradition is the illusion of continued stability. But if we want to truly and effectively embark on a vision quest, it has to be with our totality, our whole being. Nothing can be withheld. At first, this process threatens to strip away the very ground on which we stand. We plunge headlong into the inner emptiness. In the older tarots, the hanged man dangles head down from a branch to illustrate his entirely different outlook on the world. Now we perceive ourselves and our whole life from an utterly unfamiliar position. We are no longer in control. We are in limbo, set adrift. The unknown flings the doors of our perception wide open. It is not helpful to rehash what we know and thus repeat old mind games all over again. Just as we cannot run from pain, we must pass through it until it dissolves. We cannot run from the major shift in our growth. In everyone's life, there comes a point where no escape from the inner abyss is possible. Bravely pass through the eye of this needle. To postpone it won't get you anywhere. So spread those wings, Capricorn. I know you're generally earthbound. You're generally very pragmatic and restrained, but it's time to let loose and go off in search of what is going to bring you this fulfillment, what is going to bring you your ultimate happiness. These two sun cards. I hope that this resonated. I hope that you have enjoyed this reading. If you did, please like, share, and subscribe. There will be more coming soon. If this didn't resonate with you, you may want to take a look at your natal chart and view the readings from your sun, moon, and rising signs, as well as Venus. And I hope to see you again soon. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Taurus now. Okay, I apologize for the crunching. That would be my dog chewing on a bone, and at least she's not barking. So, Taurus, let's find out what messages your ancestors have for you. Angel, spirits, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Taurus? messages do we have for Taurus? Messages for Taurus. There we go. Okay, a couple cards. So Taurus, we have the end of a cycle. If you can see that very well. And we also have abundance. That is 7 and 19, which comes down to a 1. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull the cards and then do the readings. Makes it a little bit, okay, a little bit easier to make some connections. So that would be her dropping her bone. Okay. So we have romance and connection, and we also have guardian angel. And finally, this last oracle deck. Let's see, messages for Taurus. Messages for Taurus. Okay, we have 2 out of this one as well. We have the Gatherer, and we have the Beloved. That's a beautiful card. The Gatherer is number 21, which comes down to 3, and the Beloved is number 5. So I'm going to start with the New Orleans Oracle. Number 7, end of a cycle. So Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina signifies the end of an era in an unexpected and uncomfortable way. The hurricane led not only to the devastation of well-known comforts, but also to the beginning of desired growth and forward movement. Many times it is necessary for things to fall apart in order for them to come together. If this card has shown up in your reading, you can expect that your comfort zones have been shaken up. The good news is that whatever your perception of change or loss is in this situation, there are wishes about to be fulfilled on the horizon. Focus your energy on the things that you do have control over. Move forward step by step instead of trying to create the entire plan in advance. There will likely be things that arise during this time that can be perceived as setbacks. But if you focus on what is in your power, this experience, while not the easiest, will still prove to have a positive outcome. Okay. So there may be, you may be currently going through the end of the cycle. There may be the end of the cycle coming up that's going to take you by surprise. Abundance. The fastest way to attract more abundance into your life is to first tap into your gratitude, which can reveal the many gifts that are already present. Although life may not always feel or look exactly the way you desire, there is always something to be thankful for. Recognizing these things, no matter how big or small, will help your vibration flow into attracting greater abundance. If this card has shown up in your reading, then you are on your way to manifesting a more abundant life through the practice of appreciation. Each day, take time to list a few things that you are thankful for and feel how your energy shifts in a more enjoyable way that will eventually lead you toward attracting more of what you desire in your life. So particularly when we, have some ending come into our lives that is difficult and unexpected, taking time to focus on the things that we have that we are grateful for, the things that are ways in which we, especially if it's something that we didn't necessarily, a change we didn't necessarily want to happen, right? Then that's a time when focusing on the things we have that are positive can really be helpful. So guardian angel, everyone has a guardian angel who has been with them since their soul's creation. Now your guardian angel is drawing closer to you than ever. This angel guide knows you, loves you, and accepts you completely. Before your incarnation on Earth, you danced across the stars together. If you're feeling overwhelmed or alone at this time, know that your angel guides will share their love and make you feel safe. You never walk this path alone. Angels are always there to light the way. This card is a huge reminder that you always have their help, support, and companionship available to you. So particularly, you know, I feel that the end of the cycle card, particularly with all of the blue, with, you know, stormy waters, feels a lot like emotional loss and upheaval. And just knowing that you're not alone in that can be really important. There's a lot of water in this card too. It very much has a feeling of the Ace of Cups, right? So and notice how it's overflowing. I'm also very drawn to the similarity in the light in this romance and connection card, and the light emanating from behind the figure in the abundance card. It's almost as if both the heart and the crown chakras are being lit. So I feel like it's saying something about, you know, I feel like head over heart decisions, or making sure that you integrate those kinds of things. Like, don't focus too much on the emotion, don't focus too much on the thought. By integrating those things, you're going to be able to move through the end of this cycle more, I want to say holistically, but I don't think that's quite the word I'm looking for. Romance and connection. Angels of romance are swirling around your life at this time, ushering in positive, uplifting, and heartfelt experiences to remind you that love is real. Allowing yourself to be romanced, to receive and experience a true connection, is important at this time. It is likely that your heart space is opening up, and any barriers or shields that have been in place are falling away. If you find yourself scared or uptight about romance, know that this is not only a sign that you would like to experience, but also that it is something that your energy system really needs. Your angels are guiding you to begin seeing yourself as loving and deserving of love. Know that you have so much goodness and light to offer others and the world. You are also being encouraged to know that the world wants to see you, to know you, and to understand your heart. All of this is only possible with your permission. Why not give it now? Okay, Taurus, I have been interrupted so many times in your reading that I feel like this end of a cycle may be very disruptive to you. You may have many disruptions to your life that come about because of this. But I think you're going to get through all of them because of the connections in your life, because you are being looked over, because of the abundance and the gratefulness that is available to you, the gratitude that you show for the abundance you do have. So whatever challenges, whatever challenges you're going through, whatever cycle is ending, whatever upheavals, I feel like all of that is going to ultimately work out for your highest and best. The beloved. The beloved is the recognition of spirit in another and moving towards spirit through the other. It is when the divine appears to us in the form of our child, our partner, our friend, and we experience being in love. As we grow, we start to recognize the beloved in everyone, not confusing their personality with their divine nature. Accept the invitation to learn through the path of love. Expand your being through union with another. When you recognize the beloved in another, you call forth their highest and purest nature. Follow the path of love. Be careful with romantic love, the kind of love you fall in and out of. Own all the projections you have placed upon the person you are dreaming of. Remember that they are only mirroring back your own deep longings rather than revealing their true selves. If you fail to notice this, be prepared to walk through the fire of strong emotions once again. So, the challenges that you're facing have to do with romantic partnership. I think that find what your expectations are and whether or not they're realistic in another person, whether they have to do with things that you need to heal within yourself versus things that your partner has control over, are something that you may want to be examining as you move forward. The gatherer. Before we cultivated grains, we collected the wild bounty of nature. The gatherer finds abundant seeds, nuts, berries, and wild greens, where the ordinary person sees only barren soil. The gatherer is the provider, the forager, and the gardener who collects roots and vegetables for the long winter when game is scarce. She does not hoard, trusting the bounty around her. Look at the resources you already have close at hand. This is the time of abundance. Everything around you is ripe and ready for harvest. Banish the notions of scarcity that have limited your choices and colored your destiny. Pack your food for the winter and start with the low-hanging fruit that is all around you. Do not wander too far afield in search of what Spirit has already provided. Practice paying it forward, being thankful in advance of receiving. If you are in a scarcity mindset, open your heart and look beyond current conditions, and you will find the bounty being offered to you. Practice sharing, not hoarding. So I think, it's really interesting that this gatherer card ended up right in line with abundance, because very much it seems like we're talking about gratefulness and gratitude being a way through this end of a cycle, being the way to work through challenging times. And I think that that's a primary message here, both that being grateful for what you have, being grateful for what is available to you, the resources that are available to you, as well as the connections and the love that is available to you, are the things that are going to help you through challenging times. Okay, so at the bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Cups. There may be some sort of message coming through in regards to something that is emotional in nature, something that touches on your, emotional well-being, some sort of message of love, message from someone you love. We have the Nine of Cups, so I feel like emotional fulfillment is part of part of what is coming for you. The end of a cycle. We also have the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is turning in your favor. You may be, this end of a cycle may already be in your past at this point. This may be coming to a close as the Wheel of Fortune has already started to turn for you, because you have been focusing on the positive aspects in your life, being grateful for what you do have. Because we also have the Sun, which is the most positive card in the tarot. It is happiness, it is joy, it is abundance. So, it could be that all of this turmoil that you have been going through, Taurus, is coming to an end. So I'm going to get some clarification here and see what else. Oh, okay. What else comes out? Okay, yeah, Ten of Earth. Well, this is the equivalent of the Ten of Pentacles. This is the kind of wealth that allows you to build for the future, to have a legacy, something to leave for your children, kind of wealth, right? I'm taking these all together because they came out in a chunk. We've got, okay, now we have 3 aces on the board right now. First of all, we've got the Eight of Fire, or the Eight of Wands. Insight, messages coming in quickly. This Wheel of Fortune is shifting quickly in your favor. New beginning in terms of passion, fire, energy, things that you are passionate about, the things that you desire. This is a new start, okay? The Ace of Air, this is mental clarity and focus. Things that you may have been thinking about a lot, things that have been worrying you, you're going to get that clarity. This is new information, new start. And we have the Shaman card. From this deck, I'm going to go ahead and double check what that relates to in terms of the this relates to the Hierophant in the Standard Tarot. Wisdom, transcendence, intuition, deep knowledge of underlying forces, clear insight into recurring cycles, supernatural talents, otherworldly, extrasensory visions. The shaman inside you is capable of merging his intuitive perceptiveness with the wisdom of the elders. Meditate and find out what really motivates you, what your inner core truly desires. Don't waste time trying to fulfill more superficial desires. They can never satisfy your ancient longing. This is not their task. Shift your attention to what is essential. Most essential in your life is your own being. Without knowing the true essence of your being, your heart will always remain empty and dissatisfied. Without recognition of who you are, without inwardly awakening to that, you stumble like a drunkard through a maze of meaningless limitations. Remember yourself. Take the time and whatever space you need to explore your innermost being. For that, you don't have to go anywhere. So while the shaman really focuses on knowing oneself, the Hierophant is also about commitment and the foundational institutions in our lives. So particularly because we have the romantic partnerships, the beloved, this may have something to do with a foundational romantic relationship in your life. Either one coming into your life, having a new beginning with one in your life, getting some sort of clarity because you are getting a greater understanding of yourself in that relationship. So it could be it could have something to do with that as well. Or this relationship coming into your life now, a new relationship coming into your life because you have gained that clarity. We also have the Four of Water, which, is related to the Four of Cups, an abundance or an offer of love coming in. And the third ace on the table, the Ace of Water, a new beginning in terms of emotional fulfillment. So, and then underneath the Ten of Earth, or the Ten of Pentacles, we have integration. This is the equivalent of, I want to say temperance, and I think that I'm going to be wrong about that, but I'm going to double check. No, I'm right. Temperance. So this speaks about integrating the masculine and the feminine within yourself, which kind of goes back to the shaman, right? Knowing yourself, knowing your needs, knowing what you want, what you desire, what is going to be for your highest and best. And ultimately, we also have the Empress underneath the underneath the Page of Cups. Stepping into your power because you have been focusing on what you have already at your disposal, what you are grateful for, and knowing that ultimately everything that you need already resides within yourself. So Taurus, I hope that reading helped you. I hope that it resonated with you and that you found something useful in it. If so, please like, share, and subscribe. If not, you may want to check out your Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus signs and see if there was something that resonated more clearly for you in those readings. And I am going to go ahead and move on now to Virgo. Okay, last but not least, Virgo. Let's see what messages we have for you. Virgo. Angels, guides, and ancestors, what messages do we have for Virgo? Okay. So we have flow. I'm going to go ahead and pull all of the oracles and then read descriptions and talk about how they're connected. Seems to be feeling a little bit better. I don't hack up along like I did for the first reading. Still getting over this cold. Messages for Virgo. There we go. Oh, a couple of them on the floor. Let's see. Okay, Mother, Father, God. And Sacred Plan. We also have Take Charge and Action. Might not read that one. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, what messages do we have for Virgo? Messages for Virgo. Okay. The Ancient Ones. So right now we have, if you're interested in the numerology, we have 28, which comes down to a 1. And we also have the Ancient Ones, which is also a 1. So we're looking at new beginnings. So flow. Flow is the natural balance of all beings and things. The movement of the ocean and cycles of the moon are all perfect examples of flow. They are ever changing, without judgment, and of fluid form. Much like the ocean, the human experience of flow can be rather unpredictable. However, it is always as it should be. It is time for you to be aware of what your flow is, without judgment. This can mean anything from a minor change in daily habits that will put you more at ease to a major decision concerning career that will lead to a huge positive shift in your life. Staying in your flow simply requires the awareness of how your energy is affected by your thoughts or experiences, and choosing the thoughts or experiences that feed into your flow instead of taking you out of it. So it's time to find your flow. If you haven't been in it yet, or if you haven't been in it recently, Virgo, it's time to find it. My dog right now is not in her flow. She's very upset about a bone that's under the bed. Mother, Father, God, you are connected to the power of creation at this time. Your spiritual parent is enveloping you in their incredible love and filling you with divine energy and inspiration to help you move forward. This card is a message directly from the heart of God. It is telling you and precious. You are loved beyond measure, and the Creator power is proud of you. You are being encouraged to have faith and know that anything is possible for you. No matter what you may be going through, you are always connected to the source of creation. Your angel guide is encouraging you to remember this now. So if you've been going through some struggles, if you've been on the struggle bus, your divine parental figure, however you view that, whatever spiritual practice you practice, you have faith in, your spiritual parental figure, mother, father, God, however you look at that, has your back. Sacred plan. This card doesn't represent the plan that God has for your life, more the plan that comes to fruition based on your intentions and your highest good. You have been given the incredible gift of free will, and therefore your thoughts, deeds, actions, and intentions are in some way going out into the universe and curating the experiences, opportunities, and energies that are flowing in and out of your life. When this card appears, you are being encouraged to move into a state of surrender, where you recognize that, yes, your intentions have an impact on the creation of your life, but how those intentions unfold is not down to you, but in the hands of God. The divine plan is your intentions unfolding in a way that God, the universe, feels is for your growth and highest good. Know that every experience you have been through in your life has been a way marker on your journey towards growth and expansion, and your angels are acknowledging your growth now. So there's definitely, and both in terms of the way that this card, like the swirls and all of these cards, there's definitely a connection in all of this. That we send our intentions out into the universe. We try to manifest what we want in our life, but how it comes in, we have no control over, right? So in order to get into the flow of having those things returned to us, we have to surrender. We have to be open to the opportunities that come our way. In terms of taking charge and action, we can't necessarily sit idly by and be like, well, I really, I want to have a successful career, or I want to, find the partner of my dreams, but I'm just going to sit in my house and not do anything about any of those things, right? But at the same time, if we are constantly pushing and trying to make things happen in the wrong directions, we may miss a sign or a signal that's like, hey, over here, there's this opportunity. No, over here, there's this connection that we missed because we were so hyper-focused and looking the wrong way. So, in terms of, there's a balance, right, in terms of having a plan, but also being open to and flexible to the what the universe has to offer us. The ancient ones are the shamans of old who defeated death and escaped from the tyranny of time. The ancient ones once walked the earth like us in flesh and bones. Now they reside in infinity and can counsel us after we say yes to our calling. They are available to help us attain our full realization. The ancient ones are inviting you to reach to the future to help birth a new destiny for the earth. Go ahead. Find out who you are becoming 10,000 years from now. If you accept the invitation, great power and blessings come your way and allow you to craft a new destiny for yourself. Do not hesitate to bite off more than you can chew, because you have unlimited spiritual resources available right now. The ancient ones beseech you to examine your attitudes and actions and be sure they are of the highest integrity. Not forgiving an ancestor or or yourself is keeping you from the freedom you seek. Remember, this is no longer your karma. You can break the chains that once bound you to the family drama and be free of your generational curses. Forgive the ones you need to release. Honor your biological ancestors by lighting a candle to them tonight. So, you know, it may be that that you've been trying to follow a plan that isn't meant for you. Follow a plan that was created by someone else and isn't, you know, for your highest and best. Very often, you know, family expectations get in the way of us living our lives as we want them to be. So we have the Two of Wands at the base of the pack, very often about a decision, a choice, and we have Temperance that has just come out. Temperance can be also about choices and decisions. It can also be about healing. It can be about finding balance in our lives. So you may be trying to make some sort of choice about, you know, which direction to go, or, you know, a choice about how to find some balance in your life. Things may be feeling a little unstable. They may be feeling a little out of balance or off kilter for you right now because you might not be in flow with what is for your highest and best, right? We have the Ace of Pentacles. This is a new beginning. We also have, okay, so we've got both the Page of Cups and the Knight of Cups. This could be in terms of some sort of message coming through in regards to love. We have the Wheel of Fortune. Things are going to start to turn in your favor soon. And I think that that's going to happen once you find your flow, like once you surrender to not trying to force things, not trying to make things happen so much as allow things to come to you, right? And the Magician, you're definitely manifesting the things that you want your life to be, right? But you also have to leave space for those things to come to fruition. And they will. We have the Ten of Pentacles as well. So we're going from the beginning, the One of Pentacles, to the Ten of Pentacles. There is progress here, and it may be coming in terms of some sort of message. Once again, progress from the Page to the Knight, some sort of message, and then maybe an offer of love, of emotional fulfillment. That is also going to, you know, this Wheel of Fortune is going to be starting to turn in your favor. Pentacles can also be, it could be money, career, finance. It could also be something, you know, foundational relationships in your life. So let's get some clarification here. Hopefully I won't throw these cards in the flame right there. Okay, so we have Spirit Guide at the base of the pack. And we've got a couple that flipped upright. The Daughter of Earth, this is going to be like the Page of Pentacles. So this is messages coming through in regards to physical resources. And the Four of Fire, this is the equivalent of the Four of Wands, which can have to do with home and family. In this deck, it's also related to completion. So there may be something that you've been working towards that is coming to fruition, that maybe you've been trying to manifest that is coming to fruition. I mentioned messengers, right? The Page of Pentacles. We've got the Page of Cups here. Definitely messages coming through and coming in quickly. The Eight of Wands or the Eight of Fire. These messages are going to provide you insight in terms of which direction I think that you probably need to go. We also have the Sun of Fire, which is the equivalent of the Knight of Wands. Messages coming in quickly that are going to, I think, provide you the guidance you need for not only this new beginning in terms of financial resources, your physical resources, but also we've got this, I'm sorry, the Ace of Earth is Pentacles. We've got this twice now. That's double confirmation in terms of your physical environment, okay? You may have been feeling kind of with the Seven of Fire, the Seven of Wands, like you've been having to defend yourself a little bit lately, that it's taken some endurance to get through what you've been trying to manifest, what you've been trying to make happen. It may still take a little more time for this to come into fruition, but you're integrating these things. This is also the equivalent of the Temperance card. So we have double confirmation of that now as well. So you're finding balance, you're finding a way, and especially with all of these pentacles and the fire energy, the water energy, I think you're finding a way to integrate, as well as the Magician, you're finding a way to integrate all of these elements in your life to create a very balanced life, to find that flow, to incorporate all of the aspects of your being into the life that you want to have. The Spirit Guide is the equivalent of Justice. Once again, a card of balance. And it's also a card of awakening and revelation, spiritual assistance, and release. Help from higher spheres is on its way. Your guardian angel or spiritual benefactor has not forgotten you. Perhaps your memory of these unseen forces has become too vague. Remember, the mystery is always in us and all around us, yet we ignore it. With thoughts, we sleep through most of our life and wonder why we are unhappy. We are like fishes in the sea that desperately ask for where we can find water. Let yourself be accompanied now, inspired by the wisdom and compassion of your spirit guide. This harkens straight back to the fact that your parental, like your divine parental figure is always with you. They always have your back. You just need to ask for the help. You just need to tap into that divinity within yourself. Everything that you need is at your disposal. It is already within you. You just need to tap into it. So I hope that this message resonated with you, Virgo. If it did, please like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, you may want to sorry, that was my dog. Take a listen to your sun, moon, or rising sign, maybe Venus as well. And I hope that I will see you again soon. Bye for now.